Down and take a seat. We are getting ready to begin. Good morning and welcome to the New York City Council Executive Budget Hearing on the Committee on Finance, jointly with Youth and Children's Services. At this time, can everybody please silence your cell phones? If you wish to testify, please go up to the Sergeant at Arms desk to fill out a testimony slip. Written testimony can be emailed to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. At this time and going forward, no one is to approach the dais. I repeat, no one is to approach the dais. Thank you for your cooperation. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to Day 5 of the FY25 Executive Budget Hearings. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I chair the Committee on Finance. Today's hearing will begin with the Administration for Children's Services, followed later by the Department of Youth and Community Development. And I'm pleased to be joined by my good friend and colleague and chair of the Committee on Children and Youth, Councilmember Althea Stevens. We've been joined this morning by Councilmember Caban. I want to welcome Commissioner Danhauser and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. Just to set the table, on April 24th, 2024, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY24 to 28 with a proposed FY25 budget of $111.6 billion. ACS's proposed FY25 budget of $2.73 billion represents 2.4% of the administration's proposed FY25 budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $16.6 million, or 0.6%, from the $2.71 billion that was originally budgeted in the FY25 preliminary plan. The increase is mostly the result from cost of living adjustments for workers at human service nonprofits. As of March 2024, ACS has 653 vacancies relative to their budgeted headcount in FY24. My questions today will largely focus on new needs in foster care funding, pegs to preventative programs, and the child care voucher fiscal cliff. In its response to the preliminary budget, the Council called on the administration to add $25 million for Promise NYC child care voucher program for undocumented families, along with taking action on child care vouchers overall, as well as foster care payments. The administration included no money for any of these items in the executive budget, despite the fact that there's almost $1 billion in resources that the Council has identified in our budget response that the Mayor's executive budget continues to ignore. We have the resources to restore and invest in key services like child care this year, while still protecting against risks and under-budgeted costs, and I look forward to hearing from the witnesses today on these topics. Now I want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Stevens, for her opening statement.
Good morning. I'm Councilmember Althea Stevens, Chair on the Committee of Children and Youth Services. Today's joint hearing with the Committee on Finance will be on the fiscal 2025 executive budget for the Administration for Children's Services, or ACS. Thank you to my good friend and Finance Chair, Chair Brenner, for joining us and having partnership through this budget process during this hearing. I would like to thank Commissioner Jess Durman for joining us, as well as the entire team for ACS. ACS fiscal 2025 executive budget is $2.7 billion. The executive plan includes increased investments in child care and foster care, but does not restore cuts, including in the November plan for programs such as close to home and preventative services. I'm very happy to see that the city added funding for COLA for contracted human services providers who provide city services, which has been a top priority for me since I got into council. But the council is very disappointed to see that one of our key budget response priorities, Promise NYC, was not included in the executive plan. I look forward to today's discussion and budget actions, including in the executive plan and the impacts of the PEGs from both the November and preliminary plans. Vital ACS programs such as foster care, close to homes, preventative services, and foster care. I'm particularly interested in hearing how ACS is strategizing to meet the multi-facing needs of at-risk families across the city, working to increase the utilization and preventative services that ensure the health, safety, and stability of families and children. I would like to thank both my staff and committee staff for helping prepare for today's hearing. How do you say her name again? Saman Hamid, Finance Analyst Julia, Unit Head Christina, Legislative Counsel Elizabeth Arts, Policy Analyst, and my Chief of Staff, Lamont, and the entire A-team back at the district office. I will turn it back over now to Chair Brennan that's it.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. Before we get started, I also want to take a quick moment to thank the entire Council Finance Division for this first week of executive budget hearings. There's a ton of people who work super hard behind the scenes, crunching numbers back at Mission Control to make these hearings run smoothly. Today, especially to Julia Haramis and Samuel Hamid, and Committee Counsel Mike Toomey, who's been here with me every day, my Senior Advisor John Yedden, and everybody else. Just as a reminder, for this year's executive budget hearings, we'll take public testimony today on the day of the hearing, after all the agency witnesses have finished, instead of holding one day of public testimony at the end. So if you're here today or you're watching on Zoom, you wish to speak on the ACS or the DYCD FY25 executive budget, make sure you fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms so you can testify later on. I'll now turn it over to Committee Counsel Mike Toomey to swear in the witnesses, and also note that we've been joined on Zoom by Councilmember Moya.
Good morning. Raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to councilmember questions? Jess Danhauser?
I do.
Wynette Saunders?
I do.
Margaret Pletnikoff?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
Good morning, Chair Stevens, Chair Brannon, and members of the Committee on Children and Youth, and members of the Finance Committee. I'm Jess Danhauser, the Commissioner of the Administration for Children's Services. I'm pleased to be joined at today's hearing on our fiscal year 2025 executive budget by Wynette Saunders, our first Deputy Commissioner, and Margaret Pletnikoff, the Deputy Commissioner for Finance. Throughout our work in child welfare, juvenile justice, child care assistance, and supporting the well-being of communities, we remain committed to helping build a New York City that is more safe, just, and equitable for New York City's children and families. I look forward to sharing our progress with you and eager to continue partnering on our ongoing efforts to deepen our work in the coming year. At ACS, we take our responsibility to keep children safe very seriously. We believe that essential to keeping children safe and families strong is working to provide families and communities with access to the sports they need to thrive. This is the work we do each and every day throughout our continuum and the work of our dedicated providers and their staff. Affordable childcare is critical. It allows parents to work or pursue training, knowing their children are cared for in a setting that supports their healthy development. We have continued to increase access to childcare assistance. There are now over 37,000 children enrolled in childcare with a low-income voucher, helping offset costs to the family, an 105% increase from this time last year. We've also worked hard to ensure families in the highest need neighborhoods can access affordable care. We've seen a 582% increase in enrollment with low-income vouchers from the 17 high-need community districts since June of 2022. We've also continued to support families and communities by investing in 11 community partnerships and now 12 open family enrichment centers, with 8 more FECs already working with their communities to open new sites over the coming fiscal year. We have deepened our efforts to build awareness among parents, caregivers, and child-serving professionals about how to prevent unintentional child injuries, including by promoting infant-safe sleep practices, medication safety, and safe storage of cannabis-infused edibles. May is Shaken Baby Syndrome Awareness Month, so we're working to ensure New Yorkers know that supporting parental health and well-being is a critical part of keeping children safe and preventing injuries like Shaken Baby Syndrome. We're also continuing to strengthen our work to promote family-driven solutions to keep children safe. We've increased CARES, our non-investigatory child protection response, so that now 25% of incoming reports receive this alternative approach that includes an assessment of child safety and, importantly, empowers the family to identify needed supports for themselves and their children. In addition, after a successful pilot, we are now nearly citywide with providing a translated notification to better help parents understand their rights at the outset of a child protective investigation. To date, we have trained over 1,100 staff and anticipate all child protection staff will be trained by Memorial Day. As a parent, I know that raising a child is enormously rewarding and can also be challenging. Along with our new Acting Deputy Commissioner for Prevention Services, Luisa Linares, We are focused on getting the word out so the families who are in need know how to access our continuum of prevention services. April was Child Abuse Prevention Month, so we used that opportunity to collaborate with our prevention provider partners through social media, a gathering at City Hall, a press coverage to spread the word about the free voluntary services we provide to families regardless of immigration status all across the city. Information about these services can be found on our website, www.nyc.gov/forfamilies, and through calling our prevention hotline at 212-676-7667. Our goal to increase the number of families receiving services without the need for a child welfare investigation is resulting in promising outcomes. In the first 3 months of this year, we received more than twice as many referrals to prevention services from community sources than in the first 3 months of 2023. This means schools, hospitals, night shifts, shelters, and families themselves are learning how to access supportive family services without any involvement from child protection. Meanwhile, our new school-based early support program contracts go into effect in July. While the number of children in foster care has continued to decrease to historic lows, we are also working with our providers to strengthen services and supports for children in foster care, their parents, and their foster parents. We continue to emphasize kinship placements where children are placed with relatives and close family friends. Today, approximately half of the children entering foster care are placed with kin. In addition, as part of our new foster care contracts, new foster parents are trained in the Trauma Responsive Informed Parenting Program, TRIP, and 60% of these foster parents were trained as of May 1st, 2024. In addition, over 4,000 New York City young people between the ages of 11 and 26, including 524 over the age of 21 and 167 Justice Involved youth, are receiving Fair Futures coaching and are tutoring. We're also seeing tremendous success with our College Choice program, which was launched in 2022 and provides youth in or leaving foster care with support for college, including tuition, housing assistance, coaching, and a $60 a day stipend. When the program was launched in 2022, there were less than 200 youth participating. Today, it is almost double, with over 300 youth participating in College Choice. We're eagerly planning for the upcoming summer. As in past summers, ACS collaborates with DYCD to enroll youth involved with ACS in paid summer internships through the Emerging Summer Youth Employment Program, a 6-week program that immerses youth in supervised project-based learning and work experience. Thanks to the commitment of our foster care providers and Fair Futures coaches, not that it's a competition, but ACS leads all city agencies with over 1,200 applications so far. ACS also offers our Commissioner's College Internship Program, where 40 college-age youth participate in an 11-week internship at ACS, paying up to $6,700 for undergraduate students and $9,500 for graduate students to intern at ACS work sites. Finally, this summer, ACS is collaborating with iFoster to create ACS work sites for 6 AmeriCorps volunteer internships. We're also strengthening supports and programming for justice-involved youth. Launched this past July, our new alternative to detention contracts have served over 120 youth in the first 6 months, and we're currently developing a pilot program to serve older youth with cases in the youth part of Supreme Court. We recently announced the recommended awards for our new close-to-home contracts, which will strengthen the close-to-home system of care by right-sizing the system while allocating additional resources for the provider agencies to enhance services for the young people in their care. The new contract budgets were increased to fund specific lines to help improve the overall programming and offer a more robust treatment approach. These new lines now include funding for a Fair Future staff, aftercare staff, a recreational specialist, an intake coordinator, and a mental health team, all while reducing the staffing ratio to 3-to-1 and increasing staff salaries. Tutoring and workforce development will also be expanded to youth and close to home. Vocational training is underway in secure detention, and our tutors have enhanced the academic successes of our young people. Our young people across the continuum will be engaged in summer school and SYP. In June, we are looking forward to celebrating the graduations of our young people in secure detention, non-secure detention, and close to home. ACS's executive budget for FY 2025 is $2.7 billion, of which $843 million is city tax levy. The executive budget does not include any new reductions to ACS, while including funding for foster care that will address the shortfall we currently have in our budget due to a reduction in federal funds. The executive budget also includes actions, realignment, that move funds into appropriate budget codes, such as moving Fair Futures money for juvenile justice into the corresponding budget codes and adding in state and federal funding where applicable for various programs such as Adoption Subsidy and the Nurse Family Partnership and KinGap. More programmatically, in the executive budget, there is a cost-neutral action where ACS is moving 27 staff and the corresponding funding from the Family Service Unit, which conducts court-ordered supervision, to the Family Preservation Program, which is an intensive prevention program aimed at addressing high-needs families while preventing court filings under foster care. Finally, our budget includes funding for both workforce enhancements and the Human Service Provider COLA, which will both help to strengthen the work of our providers and increase the wages of their hardworking staff. ACS remains committed to a New York City where children and young people are safe and thriving, and where families are supported as their most important resources and protectors, and where our staff and our provider staff are supported as they carry out their critical work. As Commissioner, I continue to be inspired and moved by the deep commitment and passion of the ACS team and our providers that have to our mission, making New York City a better place for children and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've also been joined by Councilmembers Ressler, Williams, and Joseph. I want to dive right into foster care, the new need for foster care funding. The executive plan, includes $129 million funding swap of federal funds with city funds for foster care in FY24. Could you tell us why that swap needed to be made?
Yes, for years now, the federal reimbursement through Title IV-E has been declining. They still have an ancient eligibility criteria that dates back to a 1996 standard. And so the percentage of young people who are eligible for 4E funding has been declining over the years.
Okay. And how will the funding be utilized? What programs does it relate to?
It supports the whole of the foster care budget, so everything from foster parent rates to services to young people to Fair Futures. It supports the whole $800+ million.
So was there a discussion around baselining that adjustment? Because I see it was only made for 1 year.
We're in conversations with OMB. The other challenge that we have in our foster care budget is the state smartly increased rates a couple years ago, but didn't commensurately impact the block grant. So that's another place where we have a challenge, and we're working with OMB. Each year, we're projecting the number of young people we'll have in care, the type of care, and so we work with them throughout the year to look at the census and to make sure the resources are there. But they've been clear with us that the resources will be there to continue the programs that we have.
And so is the current expenditure for foster care then outpacing the baseline budget?
It is. Our projection for '24 currently is $841 million. We're constantly working with OMB to look at where additional resources might be needed.
I mean, I'm assuming it would be helpful to have OMB, have the budget more aligned with the current level of demand, right?
You know, it's a dynamic assessment. There's always looking at census projections. For years, the number of young people coming into care has lessened, and as we've invested in preventive services and done more work around family supports, they make sure that they move money into our budget to ensure cash flow that we can pay our providers. I wish it was a little bit easier to predict, but these things are pretty dynamic.
Are we spending more every year on foster care?
Yes, we have been. The new contracts that went into place last July included a series of new investments. We're spending a lot more on things like Fair Futures, increase the rates for providers, for foster parents. So, and now obviously there's a state COLA coming for workforce. So we are spending. If you compare it to years ago, we're spending a lot more per every young person to make sure they have what they need, the mental health resources that they need, et cetera. So it has been increasing, even though the census has been declining.
I want to talk about the PEGs. So in the preliminary plan, there were reductions of the budget for preventative programs and across the entire plan period, from $2 million in FY25 growing to $8 million in FY28. Could you tell us what programs and services were included in those PEGs?
Sure. Over the course of the last 18 months or so, we've been looking at our utilization in preventive services to make sure that it is appropriately used. We were patient because a lot of that had to do with COVID and workforce issues. But when we were looking at our deployment of resources, there was several programs that had very low utilization, 20, 25% utilization. We took those down in a series of pegs. Most recently, we went through an exercise with providers to look at our family treatment and rehabilitation program. That more across the board, there was utilization around 60%. And what we did with providers was walk through an exercise to create a new model budget. We have a 128 is the program size for FTR. We created a new model budget for 96 to make sure they could still meet their fixed costs. And it's a slightly higher per slot rate at 96 because we wanted to make sure that those programs stayed strong. And that was the most recent cut. So we moved about half of the providers that provide FTR to the 96. If we see a demand, we have several thousand slots that are currently available. We'll work with OMB if we see an increase in demand. We're very pleased that over the past 3 months, we've seen a market increase in the number of families coming to us through community referrals, about 20%, where previously it was about 10%. And that's a major goal for us, is to get to families sooner without a child protective investigation. So we're pleased about that. We also think that this is incentive to make sure that those resources are used wisely, but we're constantly looking at each neighborhood to make sure that every neighborhood has services available, and they do.
The November plan also included a PEG, right?
It did, and that was also around the underutilization programs. And we made the decision, Councilmember, to really look at closing whole programs, even though that's harder. We did not want to cut a little bit across the board and leave what remained weaker. And so that was we looked at programs that were significantly underutilized. Overall, we're also adding new slots in our new school-based early support program. So overall, we're growing from about 12,700 to 11,500. And we're seeing that the actual utilization of those move in the right direction. But again, we still have slots available.
What sort of feedback has ACS heard from providers through the PEG? How many clients had to be shifted to different programs?
Very few, because there was underutilization in those programs, and we worked to maybe close out the services if that was appropriate, if they were at that stage in their service, or transferred to a nearby program. Obviously, the providers who we closed whole programs were disappointed. Generally, I think we got feedback that providers were pleased at our approach to FTR, that we didn't just sort of make a sweeping cut, that we sat down, we changed the budget structure, we made sure they had what they needed. So it's never easy to share with a provider that you're cutting a program, but generally our providers are excellent. They're leaning into this community work, and we're grateful for them.
I hear you mention underutilization a bit. Are there currently any wait lists for any of the preventative programs?
There are not.
Okay.
And we look neighborhood by neighborhood. There may be a program or two that is at 100%, but I can say with confidence that each neighborhood has preventive services available.
Okay, I want to talk about the capital commitment plan and the Horizon Secure Detention Center. How were the adjustments made in the executive capital plan determined in regard to the capital commitment plan?
So we moved, when we worked with OMB, we moved some out-year funding forward, and we have a need, an urgent need to build more programming space at Horizon, and have more classroom space, more mental health space, cafeteria space. It also includes 48 additional beds, and so we've been working with every partner we can. With DDC's been really excellent. We've been meeting with the community, meeting with the controller to move this plan forward.
What's the current capacity at Horizon?
The current capacity, both across Crossroads and Horizon, is 267. I believe Horizon is 134 of that.
And what would the capacity be after the upgrades are completed?
It'll include an additional 48 beds, so 185?
Okay.
If I did that right.
Okay, I just have a little bit on the the child care vouchers fiscal cliff. Do you believe it would be appropriate for the out-year funding for child care to be more accurately aligned with the recent actual expenditures?
I think we are working to get there. We are still waiting for our state allocation, and so we've been working with OMB to make sure that there are resources in the FY24 budget. We have a green light to continue to expand voucher enrollment. Really proud that we have moved low-income voucher enrollment from 7,000 in 2022 to about 38,000 today. Our team has worked extraordinarily hard to really ramp up the eligibility processing. This, in '24, they added $311 million in state and federal funds and $81 million in CTL funds. So we're waiting for our state allocation, but we absolutely have a green light for this fiscal year to continue to expand voucher enrollment.
The council's budget response, we called for the accurate baselining of child care vouchers, but like many things, no additional funding was included in the mayor's executive plan. So are you joining us with pressing OMB to increase the child care budget?
I'm joining you in the child care is an urgent priority for this administration, demonstrated by our expansion, and we're absolutely working with OMB to make sure we have the exact right numbers for the year ahead. Like foster care, it's also dynamic, assessing the number of voucher enrollments and the type of voucher enrollment to make sure we're getting the analysis right, but we are full steam ahead on this.
What's the current number of child care vouchers issued by ACS?
So there's 74,000 child care vouchers overall. About 45,000 of those, 50,000 of those are ACS vouchers, either for child welfare enrolled families or low-income vouchers, and about 38,000 are low-income vouchers.
How does that compare with totals in past years?
We are way up. So we were 7,000 in 2022 of low-income vouchers, and now we're at 38,000.
Wow.
We're really, really grateful for our team's
So
hard work.
in 2022, you're at 7,000. And 2023, you're at 74,000?
I'm sorry, this is just a low-income voucher.
Yeah, you're right.
So 7,000 to 38.
38.
So the overall vouchers, I believe it was somewhere between around 40 some odd to 74,000, so that's been way up as well. But the bulk of the growth has been in that low-income voucher category.
Is there a wait list for vouchers?
There's not.
I think that's all I've got. Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm going to hand it over to Chair Stevens. Just quickly, we've been joined by Council Members Lewis, Brooks Powers, and Sanchez on Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brennan.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm going to jump right in. Foster care and other adjustments. The executive plan included a few adjustments for foster care. There were $16.4 million in the unspent state funds rolled from fiscal 2023 to fiscal 2024, and $35.7 million in state and federal funds added in fiscal 2024 only. Can you walk us through those changes and how were those funds amount determined?
Sure, this is mostly swapping, so I'm going to ask Margaret to take this.
Sure. Over the course of the year, we had added in January 118 CTL, and then through our evaluation of our additional needs, we added another $52 million, as you'd mentioned, and then we had the $129 million funding swap from federal to CTL because of the Title IV shortfall, and we did an additional, nope, I think that's it. Yeah, that seems.
Why was that only done in 2024?
Because, as the commissioner mentioned, we're constantly evaluating the amount, the census, and the need, and looking at what we need in terms of federal and state funding, and working closely with OMB.
The other variable there is we're looking at what the state invests in the block grant and then what eligibility rate we have for federal dollars, which again has been declining because it's still attached to a very old standard.
Okay, thank you. How will those funds be utilized?
They'll support the foster care program, as you know well, Chair Stevens, so it'll include support for foster parents. It includes stipends for young people. It includes furniture allowances, clothing allowances. It includes fair futures, all of the things that are needed to care for our children in foster care.
Thank you. Does ACS anticipate similar adjustments will be needed in future plans? If so, are you considering adjustment the baseline?
We do expect that there will be a need for additional resources than what is in the baseline, and OMB has been supportive in working with us on that.
That's good to hear. Okay, we'll move on to close to homes. During the recent oversight hearing, we had a close to homes hearing recently. ACS stated that they would be advocating to restore the PEGs for for the restoration of the PEGs in the executive budget. The visiting offered that the new RFP had right-sized the programming and eliminated slots that were not utilized. Can you provide current slots utilized for close to home? And what is the budget for close to home program in fiscal 2024, 25, and in the out years?
It's the budget's about $110 million. We currently have 96 young people in close to home. The contracts that will begin on July 1st will have a capacity of 147. We initially RFP'd for 135. We saw, and given that the census had been increasing somewhat, we asked OMB to add an additional 12. They supported us in that, so we're at 147. As you know, the close to home census, thankfully, has been low for many years. The city initially projected the need for about 300 beds. So what we decided to do in this RFP was to right-size it and invest those resources into things like lower staffing ratios from 6 to 1 to 3 to 1, fair futures coaches, mental health services. So we wanted to sort of put those resources back to work and have the right capacity. We are constantly assessing the census there and work with OMB if we need to create additional programs.
And just even thinking about that, and this is one of the things I brought up in the hearing we had previously, is one, talking to providers to right-size it and say like, oh, the census go up, so we'll expand the program is really hard to do, as you know, because you can't just go online so quickly. And so if the demand increases, what increase beyond the current budget, what does that look like, and how we work in providers to get that online? And just also just thinking about, you know, and I've said this before, we're seeing the numbers increase in the secure detention centers, but we're saying that we have underutilization in close to home. So for me, again, I have to say, like, are we using all the toolkits, you know, and the tools in our tool basket to make sure that young people aren't going to secure detention if possible, and what does that look like? So really want to just kind of hear what that plan is, and also thinking about how are we working, you know, with, you know, all systems to get young people in a place where they're not being sent to secure detention if they don't need to be.
Yeah, thank you for your consistent attention to this. On the matter of growing additional programs for close to home, you're right, it is not an overnight endeavor. That's why we asked OMB to create the additional 12 slots. Limited secure placement is the hardest to bring back online from the close to home continuum. So we expanded there, and we do have plenty of capacity there. Non-secure is also not easy, but a little bit easier. It's more group home-like living and doesn't have quite as many need for security. And so we look at this literally every day, and we think we're in the right place at the 147. We have lots of preventive services. We have our juvenile justice initiative. The city did restore or add about $10 million to MOCJ for alternatives to incarceration, to your point about secure detention, to make sure that we're investing in young people. We've started to add fair futures to the front end of the justice system. And in addition, we're working with our new alternative detention providers to see if one or two of them will actually station themselves in the youth part, which is in criminal court, where most of the young people who are coming into secure detention have their cases, to see if there's ways in which we can add alternatives there. So we are absolutely putting a full court press and getting as many services out there as we can.
Yeah, definitely want to keep just pushing it in the forefront around like what are we doing to like prevent young people from going to secure detention? Because when we're thinking about, close Rikers Island and all those things, like this is a decarceration plan, and it's really disheartening and disturbing to see the numbers continue to rise in our secure detention center, which, for me is thinking about, well, why do we not have a decarceration plan for young people, and thinking about what does that look like, and how are we making sure that all the services so that they don't have to get to you, and
Chair,
that's.
if I can just add one thing, I absolutely agree with you. I just want to remind folks that one of the reasons the population is growing is because young people over 18 stay with us now, right?
That's
So-
one of them.
Right, and so.
So we can name it, but there's still a reason why we should be getting to them
100%.
before.
I just wanted to make sure that.
I get it. I know you want to get it on the record, but let's be clear. That's one indicator and not the indicator. And so I think sometimes we try to throw that in there so it can be like, oh, well, it's raise the age, and that's not the only reason why young people shouldn't be getting there. And our goal should be to prevent them from ending up there. So that's always going to be my
100%.
stance.
We're agreed.
According to the terms and condition that ACS submitted on secure detention in the first half of fiscal 2024, the average daily population in secure detention was 233. I think you already kind of given us the breakdown of beds in Horizon and Crossroad. Now that we're nearing the end of the fiscal year, can you provide an update on the number of youth in secured and non-secured detention?
This morning, there are 232 young people in secure detention. It's held pretty stable over the last couple months since we last spoke about it. In non-secure, I believe the number is 43, but I will confirm that.
Okay, thank you. Are current staffing levels at Horizon and Crossroads sufficient?
We are
And what's the vacancy rate?
So we are consistently hiring for our youth development specialists and our special officers. We've seen a significant increase in availability of both. I have the numbers here for you. It's over 500 active YDS, and that is up from a couple years ago where there was about 350 active YDS. So we still have vacancies there. I believe it's about 75 vacancies, and we're continuing to hire. We have a graduation this afternoon. We also brought on far more special officers and cut their vacancy rate there dramatically.
And I think even talking with some folks, we always want to think about the safety of young people. And one of the things, we've definitely been hearing is just around young people not being able to go to school or get services because of the vacancy rates. Can you talk a little bit about why is that happening? What are we doing to kind of prevent that, to make sure that young people are getting to the services? I know even at Horizon, it was even being said that some of the kids were sleeping in classrooms. I know you're going to say that's not happening anymore, but that was one of the things that we were hearing. So could you kind of just talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So we have about an 80% school attendance rate at Horizon. We've dedicated staff to be school liaisons specifically. And so their job is to make sure young people are getting up in the morning, that we have movement to school. We've been working with New York City Public Schools on a lot of new offerings, and we're going to have additional offerings coming in the coming fiscal year, including adult education, GED, that some of our young people would like to engage in. We're working with CUNY around additional college resources. We've had a number of graduations. We'd love for you to come out to them.
Invite me, I'll be there.
We want to make sure our young people are in school every day, getting the resources that they need. And we have seen a marked increase in their engagement in tutoring. And so we're always have a long way to go there, but we are seeing some real progress.
Can you talk a little bit about the training of staff and what that looks like? Because I know you said all of the staff is trained on school liaison. What does that look like, and how are we training staff to properly work with these young people?
Yeah, our youth development specialists and special officers are really incredible. These are folks who are working with young people. They do not have things like pepper spray. They are using their tools of de-escalation and working in relationship with young people. We're really grateful for them. They go through a 6-week training course that includes both academy style training, and then they do on-the-job training, come back to the academy. Then we push in ongoing coaching. We work with national leaders in juvenile justice to help coach our staff, both our leadership and our staff in the facilities. We do incident review with staff to learn about ways in which we can prevent incidents. I'm really pleased to share with you that our incidents, youth on youth assaults, youth on staff assaults, have decreased dramatically. We're down about 30% year over year.
I just have some additional questions about programming. We've heard that young people and families there's very little enrichment program available during the day for youth who are not enrolled in school, and those in schools and after school on the weekend. For each secure detention center, Crossroad and Horizon, can you share with the council a daily schedule of programming by residential hall?
Sure, we could work on providing that. Just to note, you'll see things like tutoring, sports and fitness, creative writing. There's a new music program at Crossroads. We have violence interrupters in the building, but we can work on making sure you see how young people are engaged in services.
Definitely, please send that over. How many hours per day and per week is programming does each organization provide?
I don't have that number offhand, but we can certainly work on. We have contracts for workforce development that started this July, and so we're working with organizations who are coming into the building. We have the Cure Violence programs. I'll look and see what we can provide as far as the allocation between those kinds of providers.
Yes, please send that over as well. Have program hours been added or cut since the last fiscal year?
We've just been adding.
Just been adding. How many young people attend at least 4 hours of enrichment program each week? You don't have that. You need to get back to me.
I would give you a high percentage on at least 4 hours a week. Yes.
Okay. What's the average average number of hours per week that each young person in the facility attends enrichment? You said you'll get back to me on that. And just, I have a couple of questions around the school. What is the school's attendance rate at each facility?
So it's about 80% at Horizon and about 65% at Crossroads. And we are, some of that, there's work we're doing around some kids who are not compulsory age, who don't want to engage in school. So we're bringing in, that's why I bring in the adult GED. That's why we're bringing in the work around college and continuing to bring in workforce and vocational programming.
Thank you. Do the facility lockdowns prevent young people from attending school and enrichment programs?
We very rarely are in that situation. Our kids regularly attend these programs.
But if there is a lockdown, does that prevent it?
If there were to be, yes, but it's exceedingly rare.
Are young people 16 and under required to attend school?
Yes.
They're required? Because we're hearing that some young people aren't going.
Chair Stevens, as you know, I mean, required and attending are definitely two different things.
I mean, I know.
Our staff work really hard to engage young people. A lot of them have been disengaged from school for a long time. Getting them to the classroom, sometimes we start with some tutoring. We'll meet them wherever they are and then get them into school and engaged. And we really want to thank New York City Public Schools. The superintendent that runs Passages has been really attentive to the needs of young people and adjusting the programming.
What preliminary steps are being taken to ensure that young people are in the proper grade and educational appropriate classes? Because that was another thing that we were hearing, that some people, young people, are like kind of like all over the place. And I know it's like more individualized, but I'm hearing that they're still not getting proper.
Yeah, the schools do a full assessment. Some young people have individual education plans. Those still are important while they're in secure detention. So the schools do those assessments and then cater to their particular needs.
Given the expansion of Horizon and a considerable allocation of capital dollars ACS is dedicating to upgrading the facilities, we would like to get a better understanding on what measures ACS is taking to ensure our youth do not end up in secure detention facilities. What role is ACS play with youth legal proceedings?
So we don't play a role in court proceedings, depending on whether it's family court or the criminal court. There are different prosecutors. It's the district attorneys in the criminal court. It's corporation counsel and the family court. Our role is to make sure that young people have the services that they need. We have a robust set of services. We serve over 2,000 young people with FAP. We're really looking at family court there, our alternatives to detention, and our efforts of late have been really to try to grow older services because traditionally ACS has been focused on family court kids, post-raise the age. We have been additionally focused on older kids. We also call on the state to support us here. There have not been resources for Raise the Age
That sounds about right.
in services, and so we want to make sure that we have everything that we need. We're really grateful that in the executive budget, there's an additional $10 million for alternatives to incarceration. Those programs are run by MOCJ, but vitally important to the kids that we serve.
Yeah, we definitely need to call on the state to help and support and do their part as well.
Thank you.
And some of these questions I feel like we touched on in the last hearing, but just want to ask, just thinking about, in what cases is ACS able to recommend youth to be placed in preventative services rather than secure detention? Because I know, like, although it's not necessarily your job, all those things, I'm sure you have influence and play a role in it. So just trying to get a better understanding of, like, what does that continuous partnership look like?
It's really about making sure that the services are available. So in family court, we have our juvenile justice initiative, which is an alternative to close to home. We have FAP, which is upfront. Anybody can access it without court involvement. And then we're growing the services that we have available in the criminal court, both with our partners at MOCJ and at ACS. And so while we're not there to make a recommendation, we want to make sure we're there so that there's an appropriate alternative when the judge believes that's the case. When young people are in our custody, we do a lot of work to make sure that the positive things that they're doing in our custody are known by the court. So we submit information and reports about their progress and development, and that can have an influence on court decision making, but ultimately this is a judicial decision.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, we want to make sure we're pushing our partners any way we can.
Indeed.
So advocates have flagged a concern to the council regarding ACS collection of disability benefits on behalf of children in foster care. We've heard that the funds collected are utilized for the overall foster care network rather than specific children. Can you verify if this is true, and why is that a practice?
It's not true. In fact, we are one of the very few jurisdictions in the country, I believe 3 or 4, that have endeavored to try to conserve benefits for young people, both Social Security, which is related to disabilities, and RSDI, which is related to survivor benefits when children have unfortunately lost their parents. In July of 2022, we began the practice of conserving those benefits for young people. Previous to that, there was a different public policy that's been upheld by the federal government, Supreme Court. Even though we are allowed to use disability benefits and survivor benefits towards the cost of care for children, we have developed this new approach to make sure that we maximize what young people can get. Several hundred young people have already received resources as a result of this upon their departure from care. So that includes both disability benefits and survivor benefits.
And maybe you don't have this information currently, but for how many children does ACS collect disability benefits for currently, and how is this determined?
So some young people come to us on those benefits. You know, if a child loses their parents and comes into our care, they'll be eligible for those benefits. And some young people, there might be, the provider might notice a disability and there'll be an application for those. Currently, we've created accounts and or resources for 700 young people who are receiving disability benefits and 340 young people who are receiving survivor benefits. About half of those have actually received funds. The other half are still in care, and we're conserving the maximum amount of benefits for them, and they'll receive those funds upon discharge.
Approximately how many children are have dual eligibility for disability benefits and survivor benefits?
I don't have that answer. We can certainly get it to you. I think it's relatively low.
And I know that, you know, a lot of these questions, I know you guys have like been doing a really good job of trying to stop it, but is there any talks or works on thinking about how to get some of the money back for the young people who didn't get their benefits when this practice was implemented before?
Yeah, as you know, and thank you for your interest in this and our meetings on this, the previous to 2022, these monies were collected and they were used to fund services for young people in foster care. They're part of the ACS budget. Those funds were spent. It was a different public policy context. You had a lot more kids in care. And as we've been able to reduce the number of young people in care, we've been investing at a much higher rate, as we were discussing with Chair Brannan before. And so things like College Choice, things like Fair Futures, we're able to do at this moment. It's hard to go back and say, was that the right choice then? And should there be, you know, certainly an analysis that we can work on to see what might be appropriate there. But it certainly was a different public policy decision than where we are today, where we're able to expand these resources with fewer kids in care.
Yeah, no, and I agree, and I think that you guys have been working really hard to kind of rectify some of these things from the past, and so I do appreciate that, but I do think we should definitely still be thinking about how do we make sure we right some of the wrongs, right? And you know, history has told itself that sometimes public policy isn't always the best policy.
Yes.
And so, you know, in thinking about the work that we're at and the place we are, we should also be thinking about how do we fix that. And I know a commissioner like you, we'll put it together and we'll figure it out. So definitely we'll continue having conversations regarding this, because I know this is something that we've had a number of conversations about, and I've seen the dedication that you guys have been trying to methodically figure out how to do this in a really caring way, even thinking about some of the state stuff and working at it. So definitely looking forward to continue to build out a plan, and also bringing some of our state colleagues into this conversation, because it's a little bit more complicated than I think some folks actually understand. But thank you for that. A critical component of ensuring that young people are receiving the proper care and assistance is the dedication of attention of ACS case workers and ACS contracted providers, the people on the front line, and directly see the circumstances that young people are going through. What is ACS's caseload? What is the current caseload ratio for caseworkers?
8.5.
What's the half?
That's just the average. Some have 8, some have 9.
It's a half?
This is a number that is very low nationally. The national standard is 12. We have had full support from the mayor, Deputy Mayor OMB, to continue to hire on our front line, whether that's child protective specialists, YDS, special officers, family court lawyers. So we really appreciate that that's been continued.
What's the budgeted and actual headcount for ACS caseworkers?
So I believe it's about $330 million, about $390 million that we spend in child protection each year. I'm not sure the PS will look for that.
And although I know you just said that the caseload is lower than the average, but what we're hearing is that caseworkers have overburden and not able to adequately follow up on cases, leading to negative outcomes. What are the guardrails that are in place to ensure significant check-ins and support are offered to our at-risk youth and family?
Yeah, thank you for this question. We support our caseworkers. There's a 6-month training for child protective specialists. Includes both in the classroom and on the job. They then go into a training unit with dedicated supervisors who are very interested in training. There are peer mentors. We're one of the only places in the country that has dedicated investigative consultants. So these are folks who have been typically detectives before their time with us, and they work in our borough offices supporting the decision-making of staff and also supporting their safety. We also have a supervisory level, 3 supervisory levels to support staff to make sure they have someone to reach out to. They often go out in pairs, particularly on nights and weekends. And so we wrap around them every service that we possibly can to make sure they have the resources they need and the consultation. We have DV consultation, mental health, substance abuse consultation. These are very difficult assessments. So staff, walk in, they make an assessment, they're working with families. Our responsibility is to make sure we're doing an excellent assessment, whether it's CARES or an investigation, to make sure we're doing an excellent assessment and get families the help that they need. And in those rare cases where we have to act with urgency. And our staff are really dedicated to trying to make both of these things work, right? We're in too many families' lives, particularly Black and brown families, and we have to protect children. We do not choose between those two. We think we can narrow our impact on families and protect children, and our staff have been dedicated to doing that, and really, really grateful for them.
Thank you. What measures does ACS take to ensure caseworkers are acting in the best interest of youth? What trainings are provided to ensure that staff are well informed in the most effective approach for at-risk children?
So we do a lot of training in motivational interviewing. We also have a lot of training as it relates to Fair Futures. Motivational interviewing is essentially a model in which you work with people's intrinsic will to do well and sort of pull that out. And so to work with a young person to start where they are is really sort of that evidence-based model. Training in LGBTQIA plus affirmation to make sure that everyone is getting treated with dignity and respect. They get implicit bias training. We have one of the things you'll see in the budget is some money moving over to our Workforce Institute. We've also launched a Leadership Institute because, to me, nothing's more important than the culture set by the foster care director in the local office or our borough commissioner. And so we're actually having leadership across ACS and providers come together so that we are the best that we can be for our staff and ultimately for children and families.
Do you have any current challenges with filling caseworkers' positions? And can you talk about those challenges you might be having, if you have any?
We have the biggest class we've had in a long time starting next week. 150 CPS, our dedicated HR teams, have been working with our child protective leadership with a new strategy to do recruitment in boroughs. We used to do most of our hiring pools downtown, but we are now out in Staten Island and Queens, and we're seeing better matching of folks who want to work in that area, in that neighborhood, and I think that's part of the reason we've seen an increase in interest.
Great, and I'm happy that you guys had a huge class. But then that brings me to my next question, because one of the things that our providers always talk about is their staffing issue and not being able to retain staff because there's no pay parity. And so I'm sure out of this 150 CPS workers that we're getting out of the class, I'm sure a bunch of them are coming from our providers. So what is ACS doing to improve pay parity between CBO providers and city positions?
Many of us have gone back and forth between providers and government, and we welcome that, but we take very seriously the needs of our providers and are really grateful. As folks know, our provider continuum provides preventive services, foster care, juvenile justice. They are the front line. We are very grateful that the mayor made an enormous investment in the provider community. There's also a COLA in the state budget for foster care. We're going to work hard to get those resources out the door as quickly as possible because our providers deserve it and those staff deserve it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the things that the providers are always talking about, just the lack of having pay parity, because it's true. A lot of those positions are similar, do the same work, but they can make more money working with you guys. And so definitely thinking, always making sure we're thinking about what does pay parity look like. And, we're excited about just pay and getting the COLA for the human service sector. But I think we all know that the next fight is really around pay parity and how we can, have equality amongst those salaries. I just have a few more questions, and I'll turn it back over to the chair. And it's on Fair Futures. Fair Futures, a program which has implemented 5 years ago, including one-on-one coaching, training, workshops, and mentorships for young people impacted by child welfare system across the city. This program is a shared priority for the City Council and the administration. We know all the work you did in champion this. What is the current budget for Fair Futures in fiscal 2024, fiscal 2025, and the out years? And does the current budget support the demand? And how much was actually spent in fiscal 23 and 24 thus far?
So the budget is 30.7 million, and that's for 24 and 25. We, in FY23, it was a real ramp-up year. It was the first year that we expanded to young people who are older than 21. It was always the most important part for me of the vision that we stuck with young people. It's not just about providing more services while they're in care. You don't develop relationships that end one day because your status in foster care changes. And so we actually have reached over 500 young people in that 21 to 26 category, but that was really ramping up in 23. About $14 million has been paid, has been invoiced and paid for 23. So far in 24, it's 10, but we expect the bulk of the invoices to be coming in shortly. We've expanded the number of youth served in that program each year. It was, I believe, 2,000 plus in 22, 3,900 in 23. It's over 4,000 now in 24 and growing, including that 500 young people who are ages 21 to 26.
Thank you. How many young people are currently enrolled in the program, and how many organizations does ACS partner with?
So we partner with all 24 of our foster care agencies to provide Fair Futures coaching. We also work with the Center for Fair Futures, which provides a lot of the training. We partner with them through our Workforce Institute, and we are, so every foster care provider has resources in their budget to make sure that they can reach young people with Fair Futures.
Those are all the questions I have for right now. I'll turn it back over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. We've also been joined by Council Members Farias, Menon, Salam, and Carr. And now we'll start with questions from Council Member Caban, followed by Ressler.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. Apologies, I stand up and walk around a lot. I've got some pretty bad back pain. So thanks for your patience. Okay, so I want to ask you mostly about Promise NYC, but I'm going to start somewhere else really briefly and just ask a little bit about the processing time for eligibility verification for childcare seats, because it's gone down for DOE, but we're still hearing concerns that the process is taking over 6 weeks to get cleared for extended day and year seats that are run by ACS. So can you share with us what the average processing time for someone filling out their application to a child sitting in a classroom is?
Sure, we just got under 30 days this past month. So we've been working very hard to ramp up our processing capacity. It was, we were processing about 1,000 applications, and now we're up over 4,500 most months. Our teams have worked to look at performance of our staff and to make sure that they're trained to do this well. So we are meeting that target of 30 days.
Thank you. And I might need some tech help here because my tablet is bugging out. Yeah, I'm just wondering, I have my questions on here. Oh my God, yours is bugging out too. They're all, are they still all? Can we pause my time? Damn. Yeah, they're all bugging out. Yeah, they are. Technology, y'all. Thanks for the patience. Right?
Oh, where's my book? Where's my book? Councilman, were you asking me this question?
Yes, thank
Or
you.
I'll give you the contraband paper.
Thank you. There's still a place for paper. Don't tell the environmental folks. Okay. So I just want to ask you about Promise NYC, and I want to start by thanking y'all because I just think this is probably one of the best, most impactful things that ACS does in partnership with, obviously the groups that are working on it, like CPC and La Colmena, this is critical. We know how important childcare is for the safety and the health of our city, and so I know I'm not alone in saying that we desperately want to see this scaled to the size that we need it to, especially with a lot of our newly arriving neighbors arriving who need this support. And there have been all of these fiscal reports being done that have done right when supporting our newly arrived immigrant neighbors. We're looking at potential of billions added to our economy. So this is just important on a lot of fronts. So the fiscal 2024 adopted budget included a $16 million new need for Promise NYC in fiscal year 24. I'm just going to ask a series of quick questions. Yeah, thank you. And the executive plan, and I think this is the same thing that happened last year. The executive plan doesn't include any additional funding for the program, despite us calling for a $25 million expansion and baselining Promise NYC. In the preliminary budget response, I know that's what advocates and childcare providers are saying what's needed. So I'm just going to throw all the questions at you. Is the program going to continue in fiscal 2025 and beyond? Is ACS advocating for the program to be baselined, and if so, at what level? This is a really important question because I want y'all to talk about how impactful, like what are the good things coming out of Promise NYC? And then talk to me about what happens to the families currently utilizing it if it's not included in the upcoming budget. Because I know the funding is running out this month, so it's really critical. And then can you provide the most recent utilization data for Promise NYC broken down by borough? How many new families have enrolled that did not participate in the program the fiscal year before that? And finally, are the contracted providers keeping waiting lists, and how many families are currently on those lists, and what's been spent to date? I throw a lot at you, but I'm looking forward to hearing some answers on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for your championing of this important program. I'll try to do my best to get to all of them, and you can remind me if I missed any. Promise NYC has about 650 children enrolled in it. It's this year is a $16 million budget. About 180 new children were enrolled during the fiscal year. NIMIC in the Bronx is about 125, NIMIC in Manhattan, 110, Center for Family Life in Brooklyn, 197, Chinese American Planning Council in Queens, 204, and La Camena in Staten Island is 20. Those might have been updated over time. We don't keep waiting lists for this program, but we understand that the providers do understand who has expressed interest, and we'll be able to contact them if
and my understanding
if
is the need is so great that they just stop keeping the list because it just would, like they're sort of instructed not to keep.
Yeah. The need's extraordinary. The fundamental reason for Promise, which is fully city tax levy, is because federal and state resources don't support childcare for undocumented immigrants. And so we need to also be advocating for change at that level. This is fully city tax levy. We're talking to OMB about fiscal year 25. We've shared with providers that if we're not able to fully invest in this program, that we'll have a thoughtful close down. So do not start disenrolling, do not start informing folks. We want to make sure that we keep as much stability as we possibly can as we look at what will be in the fiscal year 25 budget. I had the pleasure of visiting a family daycare on Wednesday. There were 5 children enrolled there who were Promise children, and it is clear that it's really important for families. It is really important for the development of young people. It was wonderful to see them, this bilingual family daycare, getting all of the developmental needs met. So this program is important, and we're going to continue to have conversations with OMB and with the council.
And just to wrap up, I just want to say, like, whether we're getting funds from elsewhere or not, we should and can fully fund it right here in the city, because what it means is when an immigrant family has childcare, it means that they can go get employment. It means that we're not seeing more children selling candy with their families on the street. It means that there's stability and people are able to stay in stable housing. Like, all of those things are critical to all of our safety and health. So I think, obviously this is These funds we can't use from state or federal because of different laws, but we have the power to do that here in New York City, and we should. Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Okay, now we have questions from Councilmember Ressler, followed by Williams.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon and Chair Stevens. And good to see you, Commissioner Danhauser, Deputy Commissioner Saunders, ACS team, good to see you all. I really just want to firstly echo and express gratitude to Chair Stevens for her leadership around and her focus on decarceration among our young people. One of the statistics that's most disturbing to me is the extraordinary growth we've seen in the number of minors who are held in jail and secure detention under the Adams administration. I think we went from about 150 at the beginning of the Adams administration to today. How many young people do we have in secure detention? 236, was that the?
232.
233, okay, so we're down a few, but still way up. So one of the things that was highlighted that we noticed in exec was that we saw about an $11 million cut in the secure detention budget from, I believe, 70 odd million to about 59 million. Is that right?
Yes.
And so how, when we've seen this extraordinary growth in the number of young people that we're detaining and putting in jail, could we possibly manage a 16.5% cut in the funding to actually provide them with the services and that they need?
I'm going to have to get back to you on exactly what happened in that swap. There's no resource reduction in hiring staff and putting in programming, so
16.5% is a very big number. So if maybe there's something that we're misreading in the executive budget and there's other resources coming from someplace else, but.
So we don't have any cuts in the detention budget. I understand what you're saying. You're seeing two different numbers. We'll get clarity on that.
Okay, if you could get back to us in writing, we'd really appreciate it. Sure. And I just, because my time is tight, I'm going to shift to a different topic, but we are very eager to partner effectively with, actually, I'll just ask one more question. The Department of Probation has implemented a series of very aggressive cuts to prevention programs that could help keep young people out of secure detention. Is ACS doing anything to help see those programs restored, such as Impact, Arches, Next Steps, that could help us drive down our young people who are incarcerated?
You know, we're very pleased that the executive budget has an addition of about $10 million for alternatives to incarceration and reentry services and MOCJ. So there's been a lot of focus and conversation about this. We're also looking at, as I was mentioning earlier, using our alternative to detention programs and aging them up. We're working on a pilot right now with cases, so we're trying to use every tool in our toolkit.
We appreciate it. I think that, you know, as partners go within this administration, I certainly see ACS as more of a partner than many of your sibling agencies. Just finally, a couple questions on vouchers. So I'm concerned with the expiration of the federally funded, with the stimulus dollars, that we may see a decline in vouchers. I think ACS has done a great job in connecting my constituents to voucher opportunities. We really appreciate it. I know that the Chair Brannon asked about this as well, but are there any assurances that we'll be able to sustain the scale of vouchers that have been made available during the beginning of this administration in future years?
We can commit to that certainly for fiscal year 25. A lot of this will depend on state investments. The governor has been vocal on saying they're going to be increasing state investments. We have been, our state partners, OCFS, have said to us to continue to enroll. We're still awaiting our allocation for the coming fiscal year, and so we'll see what those look like. But for fiscal year 25.
And then the last question I'd just like to ask, as my time has expired, we've seen that in early childhood education seats, there's been a tremendous under-enrollment in the extended day, extended year seats. And I know all of your early childhood experts at ACS know well, these are the seats that families really need, really depend on, that allow working families to actually work. So my recollection of the data was that 43% of 3K seats, extended day, extended year seats, were actually filled. Most in a place like District 16 in Brownsville, Ocean Hill, Brownsville, just 13% of extended day, extended year seats were actually filled, despite everybody in that community being income eligible. So there's a serious disconnect of what's happening at DOE. I'm looking for our sibling agencies like ACS and HRA to do more to help connect every family who's getting a voucher is eligible for those extended day, extended year seats. Is there more that ACS can do to help us fill those seats effectively? What have you been doing and what can we do moving forward? Thank you.
Thank you. We are really working, obviously, through My City. It's sort of a joint application. That's been one of the reasons we've seen such a nice uptick in voucher enrollment. We also are focused on high-need community districts to make sure that families there are aware, and we've seen a 500% increase in those community districts, outpacing citywide growth, which is slowly addressing an equity issue that has been longstanding. We're also working with Robin Hood on a program where we are going to be working. We learned a lot from Promise, community-based organizations closer to communities, trusted by communities, to work with some community-based organizations to see if we can extend that learning to ensure that families are aware and can get enrolled in childcare of all varieties. Thank you.
Okay, now we have questions from Councilmember Williams, followed by Joseph.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I have some questions about the Workforce Institute. So in the executive plan, $3.8 million was included in fiscal 2024 only from a combination of federal, state, and city funding sources for ACS Workforce Institute. Can you explain to the committee what the Workforce Institute is, and does ACS partner with any other city agencies or entities for this program?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. So the Workforce Institute is our training department. It is in partnership with CUNY, and so the resources that you see there are to extend a lot of the training that we're doing for staff, for foster parents, the trauma-informed program for foster parents. It includes our Leadership Institute. It also includes Fair Futures training and motivational interviewing training. So we really have, this was something that was created, I believe in 2018, the Workforce Institute, to pair with our Satellite Academy, which is the Academy for Child Protective Specialists and YDS, and it's been a really, really wonderful extension. Providers take advantage of a whole host of...
I was going to ask if providers
Yes,
can
indeed.
also... Okay.
And we have thousands of provider staff have taken advantage of trainings from them.
Awesome. I also had a question about rights notices to families under investigation. So we know there's a new campaign and just wanted a little bit more information about the campaign. Is the campaign now citywide? And if not, when will it be expanded to citywide?
Thank you for this. So just to say a couple words, this is an initiative that we started in October as a pilot, and then have early in the year of this calendar year, we determined to go citywide. We've provided 4,000 plus notices. By Memorial Day, all of our staff will be trained in this new protocol, and we will be citywide.
Okay. To go back to the Workforce Institute, what type of employees are eligible? Can anybody take any programming? You just have like a list of courses and anyone can kind of sign up?
So there are courses that are mandated. So obviously, becoming a new child protective specialist, we have a prevention onboarding program. We're developing a foster care onboarding program so those will be expected and mandated. There's also mandates around training for LGBTQIA+, and implicit bias. And so and then there are sort of electives, if you will, to come learn more about a particular practice that you might be working at, and that is learn about leadership, and those are more elective.
Thank you. One more question back to rights and notices. I know you said you distributed 4,000 notices. Where were they distributed? Do you have like a borough breakdown?
We do. I don't have the exact numbers, but pretty much citywide across boroughs. We started the pilot in Brownsville and in a few neighborhoods in the Bronx, and then we've been extending from there, going zone by zone. As you know, we're organized in zones in our borough infrastructure, and we'll be down in the next few weeks. Okay,
and is there any media strategies also included in this? Because it seems very grassroots, which grassroots I think is always the way to go, but do you have any other plans to diversify your outreach?
We are making sure that it's available on our website. There's been a daily news coverage of this initiative, I'm planning on doing some media outreach next week around this and other things. So we want to get the word out for sure.
Yeah, thank you, Chairs.
Okay, now we have questions from Councilmember Joseph, followed by Lewis.
Good morning. Great to see you all here. I have a couple of questions. In the $6.5 million for the foster care recruitment and retention to be used to address the shortage of foster homes, how many homes do you have now, and what's the shortage rate?
We have, I believe, around 3,000 foster homes right now. We have in our pipeline another 400 or so, and as you know, Councilmember, we're working really hard to rely on kinship foster parents. About half of our children entering care are going to kinship, and making sure that we're providing them the resources and support that they need.
Absolutely. Kingship and King Gap, I've always advocated for that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And out of your $4.4 million for foster care education and employment services to support youth in achieving academic and career success, can you give us a little elaboration on that? And the last time you guys were here in our hearing for Close to Home, it was a question that I had asked around students being in school. What's your relationship once a child is in your care? Let's say, for example, they have an IEP. What's the relationship between you and D79? Which, I believe your commissioner was here, she said it was all on D79. Is that true, or is there a partnership? Because I would like to know, if child comes into your care, it has to be two agencies working together for the child to achieve success, right?
Absolutely. It is a partnership. I believe what our deputy commissioner was saying was who is doing the assessment, but it's absolutely a partnership. For young people who come into our care, we actually have a very robust data match with the Department of Education, New York City Public Schools, where we are getting information on things like attendance, things like promotion and doubt, so we can target where we need to intervene and make sure that young people have what they need, if they need to have a new school setting, if they need another service, and we really do focus on school stability on entry. We don't want children to lose their community, but if we discover over the course of their time with us that they could use a different setting or service, then we work with our partners at New York City Public Schools. As you know and advocated for, thank you, they have a new office dedicated to young people who are in our care, which has been a real boon.
Absolutely, and a bill to attach to that, because we wanted to capture the data. There's never been data on that unique population of students in foster care from K to 12. So I was really excited to work on that. As well as, how about employment? How do we track our young people to make sure that when they enter our care, if they stay with us, how we, putting them on a pathway to success?
So that data is going to be captured in a new database for Fair Futures called Care4. So we're working specifically. We have a really excellent leader for workforce development. As I was mentioning earlier, we're going to have over 1,000 young people plus an SYEP this summer, and then we have a commissioner's internship program. We'll have lots of young people at ACS throughout the summer, which is a real joy.
Chairs, can I ask one more question, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. And how will the $4.4 million for foster care, 5.5 for foster care, mental health, and wellness services. Can you walk me through that process?
So most of that is for services looking at for young people who are coming into care. We are working on training for foster care agencies in lots of new trauma models. There's new models that are not intrusive, especially if young people don't want to be in traditional therapy. And so using sort of stimulation of eyes and different things. So a lot of that is investing in training up providers. So all of our providers have young people in foster care in Medicaid managed care. And so there's resources that come through Medicaid directly to our foster care providers, and they provide the medical and mental health or contract for it. So our role is really around making sure the mental health of young people coming into care, if they're at the Children's Center, and in helping to provide new training for our providers so that they can add to their array of services.
Thank you. And how many unaccompanied minors do you have in care right now?
The number in care I don't have for you. What I can say is we have seen an increase in the number of children who are destitute and are coming to us. Typically it was 40 to 50 any given year. Last year it was 90 so far this calendar year. We have over 40 young people who've come into our care as destitute. Some of that is unaccompanied minors. We don't sort of track it that way exactly, but we know where we're filing petitions because a young person comes to us or a provider calls us and they are destitute, their family is not here, and they need to come into our care, and they get all of the services and supports that any other young person in foster care will get.
Including language access and everything culturally.
Indeed. Our language access budget for the Children's Center has increasingly been going up and making sure that they have everything they need in whatever dialect they speak and whatever language that they speak.
How do you do recruitment if you're looking to place that child?
So we're looking at that. I think traditionally it's been more Spanish speaking, and so we're seeing a much greater diversity in language, and so we want to get the word out. We've been able to place sibling groups and young people. There are times where we find a loving placement, there isn't someone who speaks that dialect, and then we use translation and interpretation services to do the best we can, and then obviously work with schools and all the great work they're doing around this.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have questions from Councilmember Lewis, followed by Sanchez on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Thank you all for being here. I have a couple of questions, so I'll just state them, and then you guys could feel free to answer as best as you can. The Interagency Asylum Seeker Task Force that was formed by ACS, DOE, and GBV to provide outreach to families and asylum seeker shelters regarding school enrollment for their children. So I wanted to know, how does the task force provide information to asylum seeker families, and what languages are available to ensure that you can effectively serve them? What is ACS's role in the task force? How many students have been enrolled in school with the assistance of the task force? What other agencies are involved with the task force? And do you anticipate in the FY25 budget an impact if you have to add additional agencies to the actual task force? What would that look like, potentially? And the other question I have is in regards to Horizon and Crossroads. Would you be able to tell us how many young people would fit the criteria of asylum seekers, and how does the task force support the young people at Crossroads and Horizons?
Thank you. So we've been working with our siblings agencies, city agencies, for the last couple of years on these important issues and making sure we're meeting the needs of asylum seekers. A lot is centered around that task force. We have also, led by our Division of Prevention Services, have been having providers sponsor a HERC or a shelter. We had a number of events this spring out at shelters to get information out, all of the variety that you're speaking about, schools, ways in which they can get support, concrete resources that we can provide them. We're really working to get to where they're living and where they are, to make sure they know all the resources that the city can provide. We have our new hotline in place and our new website to make sure there's contact there. We do not, at this point, I believe, have any young people who are classified as asylum seekers at Horizon or Crossroads. We are using translation there because there are some Spanish-speaking only young people there, and I can get you a number if any young people have come to us as asylum seekers.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councilmember Sanchez on Zoom, followed by Brooks Powers.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairs Brennan and Stevens, and good morning, Commissioner. I wanted to start with recent data from ACS, which is shedding light on the disproportionate impact of emergency removals in communities of color, with Black children accounting for 41% and Latinx children accounting for 38% of emergency removals, despite only accounting for 35 and 55% of the child population, respectively. And the removals concentrated in neighborhoods like Williamsbridge, Baychester, Soundview, Parkchester in the Bronx, Hollis, and East New York. My first question is, how does the administration interpret these inequities, and what steps has the agency taken to improve upon the inequities? And my second question is, what measures are in place to ensure that families are aware of and able to access mental health services after any child removal? How are these resources made available currently? And if you have the ability to answer this question, what percentage of children who face removals and are then returned home are able to access mental health care within a year or a specific time frame? Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. This obviously is deeply important. As you may know, it is 7 times more likely that a black child is the subject of a state central register report as a white child, and Hispanic Latinx is 5 times more likely than a white child. And we take these racial disparities very seriously. As it relates to removals, we have been decreasing the number of removals. We actually saw a marked decrease during COVID, and we're at about the same level now. You're speaking about a subset of removals that are emergency removals, which are about half of our removals. When we proceed to court, we worked with advocates. They asked us in those instances to not have a child safety conference, but to go directly into court to ensure due process for families, and we have made that adjustment so to get legal support in there as quickly as possible. We also, what we see when we go to court is about 3/4 of the young people are placed into foster care after emergency removal. The rest usually have some sort of supervision. Sometimes in the middle of the night, there's no caretaker for a child, but we're able to resolve that in the morning and the child won't come into foster care. When children are removed, parents work with the provider agency that they are assigned to and placed with, and they have a whole host of services in each community around mental health. Obviously, that engagement can be difficult work, and our providers, work diligently to try to support parents. I wouldn't have the numbers about mental health resources post a child not coming into care, just because we don't have a way to track that, but I share your interest in that and concern about that, and we will look for ways to do some outreach there or have other providers outreach to make sure that there are services available.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just to follow up, does that mean then that of children that are placed into care, they all are able to access mental health services?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, chairs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We've also been joined by Councilmember Powers. Now we have questions from Councilmember Brooks Powers, followed by Menon.
Thank you, chairs, and thank you for today's testimony. I wanted to just spend a quick moment on headcount and vacancies. So the executive plan transfers 27 positions across budget codes BC 0503 to 0509. Which program did these positions originate from, and where were they transferred to? Why was the transfer made? And of the 27 positions, how many are vacant, and what are the titles? And then separately, as of March 2024, ACS had a 9.2% vacancy rate with approximately 653 positions vacant. Does the agency have adequate headcount to effectively run all of its programs and initiatives? If not, please detail. And in which areas or programs does ACS have vacancies? Is the agency actively seeking to fill the positions? And what are the priority positions that ACS is most focused on hiring? And I can repeat any of those.
I'll appreciate that. So I'll start and see where we are. So we're really excited about this transfer of positions. So as you may know, the number of families that we're filing family court cases related to has been coming down sharply. In 2017, we were supervising over 5,000 families. Today, we're supervising about 2,500. And so the staff dedicated to that supervision, court-ordered supervision, is in our family services unit. And so with that sort of caseload coming way down, we're looking at how can we take resources from downstream around supervision and move them upstream. And so that transfer will move to our family preservation program. These are also CPS, so it's same title. They'll move, it's on a voluntary basis. They would move, be retrained, and then they can deploy, and they don't have a sort of case, if you will. They're really there to help families with access to benefits, to resolving issues that are creating safety issues. We're hoping, can really enhance our toolkit around safety while we continue to not use removals unless we absolutely have to. So we're excited about that. Overall, we have seen increases in availability of child protective staff, increases in youth development specialists and special officers. We are hiring for all of those and continue to have classes. We just had a class finish for CPS. We have a new one starting. As I was mentioning earlier, we have a new class of 150 CPS. It's the biggest class we've had in some time. We have a graduation for YDS today. And so we are continuing to hire to make sure that all the vacancies are filled. Anything I missed?
No, that is, no, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have questions from Councilmember Menon.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon and Chair Stevens. So I have a question on your testimony. You testified that there are now over 37,000 children enrolled in childcare with a low-income voucher, helping offset costs to the family, a 105% increase from this time last year. Now, we know that approximately 375,000 parents had to leave the workforce in recent years because they could not access affordable and accessible childcare, costing the city over $2.2 billion in lost economic revenue. My question is, the council passed a package of bills last year to get New York City on the path to universal childcare. One of those bills creates an advisory board. What is your role in that advisory board and getting us on a path to universal childcare?
Thank you, Councilmember. We are a member of that advisory board. Typically, our Deputy Commissioner, Elizabeth Wilkemere, represents us there. It's run by the Mayor's Office of Childcare. We absolutely have an agenda to grow childcare and to make it as expansive as possible, and we appreciate your call towards universal care. So the number that you reference is accurate. So we've seen 105% increase. If you go back another year, it was only 7,000 enrolled in low-income vouchers, and now we're at 37,000. And we have the green light to continue to enroll families in childcare.
And in terms of the vouchers, one of the other council bills requires a subsidy portal to access federal, state, and city subsidies. Can you give an update on what is happening there with that portal and the number of families who are able to access those subsidies?
I believe it's been completed. There's also My City, which has been
No, yeah, the
amazing.
subsidy portal is complete. I guess what I'm asking is, what is the agency's role in helping families access that portal to ensure that families are able to take advantage of every single subsidy that is available to them? Because one of the problems is a lot of families are not aware that there are various subsidies that they can access. So what is the agency proactively doing to get families to that portal and helping them navigate that portal?
Thank you. We traditionally have not had that type of program at ACS. We're developing, actually with Robin Hood and also with Casey Family Programs, work to make sure all the families that we interact with have access to not only that portal, but to knowledge about all the resources that are available to them. We do a lot of work on housing for families that folks might not know about. We work with a new organization called Anthos, both for families to get them into housing from our preventive services and young people who are leaving care. And so we're growing this.
How many languages is the portal currently available in?
I believe all of the citywide languages that the 11 citywide. My team is just sharing with me. There's also been a campaign about My City that has been growing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner and your team, thank you so much for your testimony today. We look forward to working with you in this budget.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. Thank you, Chair Stevens.
Okay, so we'll take a break until noon, when we'll hear from DYCD in about 45 minutes. Thank you.
go.
So we'll come back together a little bit before they finish. So you can go now, eat your lunch, relax a minute. Elizabeth in case
I'll
she
be back
wants
at 12.
We will be here waiting for you.
Yeah, 'cause I
Or,
got a
or
question.
Alia will be.
My question is, we're good?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry we had a little technology kerfuffle.
That's all right.
It's a little
Y'all just
fickle.
experienced what my kids experienced during COVID when I was teaching. Council, Ms. Joseph, we're about to. No, the whole
My
class.
mother was glad she was retired or
No,
when it was
but
happening.
yeah, I was teaching and running for office at the same time. So we get
My
it.
mother, I could just imagine trying to figure it out. It's too much.
It is.
Too much. Have a good one.
Capson, check. Check 1, 2. Capson, check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is a captioning test.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Can everybody settle down and find a seat? We are getting ready to continue.
Okay, good afternoon. We're now ready to begin the final executive budget hearing for the day and for the week. We'll be focused on the Department of Youth and Community Development. I'm still joined by my colleague and Chair of the Committee on Children and Youth, Councilmember Althea Stevens. Welcome, Commissioner Howard and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. Just to set the table here, on April 24th, 2024, the administration released their executive financial plan for FY 24 to 28 with a proposed FY 25 budget of $111.6 billion. DYCD's proposed FY 25 budget of $1.2 billion represents 1.1% of the administration's proposed FY 25 budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $52 million, or 4%, from the originally proposed $1.1 billion in the preliminary plan. This increase results largely from new baseline funding for the CMS, Crisis Management System, and the Neighborhood Safety Alliance anti-gun violence programs, increased funding for the Job Connections program, and a cost of living adjustment for the human service workers at nonprofits. As of March 2024, DYCD had 39 vacancies relative to their budgeted headcount in FY24. My questions today will largely focus on the Office of Neighborhood Safety and the administration's inaction on items in the Council's DYCD preliminary budget response. In the response, the Council called for a restoration of $44.4 million that DYC budget cut, along with $14.9 million to support several programs for runaway and homeless youth, and $10 million for adult literacy, none of which the administration acted upon. What restorations the mayor has made in the executive budget represent a fraction of the unnecessary cuts made to programs that support some of the most vulnerable New Yorkers. As I mentioned earlier today, the council has identified more than enough available resources to do right by these communities and these agencies. There's no need to balance a budget on the backs of runaway kids. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Althea Stevens, for her opening statement.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Fiscal 2025 Executive Budget Hearing for the Department of Youth and Community Service. I'm Councilmember Althea Stevens, Chair of the Committee on Children and Youth. Today we will be hearing from DYCD's Commissioner Keith Howard, First Deputy Commissioner Alan Chang, and for Chief Financial Officer Nydia Bailey. Thank you for joining us. After discussing the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget for DYCD a few weeks ago, we are here again to discuss the fiscal executive budget, expense budget, which stands at $1.2 billion. The executive budget includes an additional $13.8 million for human service cost of living increase, COLA WIN, which provides a 3% increase over the 3 years for those employed by city contracted nonprofit organizations, which we are all very happy about. The plan also added $9.4 million for the Officer of Economic Opportunity Adjustment for the Advance and Earn program that helps to train employee young adults ages 16 through 24. DYCD's fiscal 2025 executive budget has 3 new needs: Crisis Management System expansion, $8.6 million, Job Connection Program, $16.9 million, and Neighborhood Safety Alliance, $2.5 million. As we continue with today's executive budget hearing, I would like to know more about each of those new needs and services associated with them. I must also say that the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget, I was pleased to learn that once the backlog of DYCD contract no longer exists. However, after talking with providers, there was a number that said that was not necessarily the case. DYCD also stated in the last preliminary hearing they would be meeting with legal providers regarding the PEGs. However, I was also informed that meeting still hasn't taken place, although those services will be eliminated due to the PEGs very shortly. I hope we can get a better understanding of this today. I am continuously disappointed by the lack of urgency that the city continues to show when it comes to runaway and homeless youth, RHY. Every day we are reminded that there's a need for more beds at RHY in the RHY system. The budget response for DYCD, a total value of $73.1 million, included 7 priorities, 4 of which related to the high demand of our RHY youth for additional beds, housing navigators, and residential contracts. I'm disappointed to see that none of those were funded and was added into the executive budget. My hope is that we will be able to include them in the adopted budget for the thousands of young people who desperately need these services. We can no longer wait and see what happens. Now it is time we must make sure that we are pushing our young people in the right direction. We must invest in the programs that will make a difference for our youth. As summer is approaching, we all agree that we want to see children enjoy summer camp, young people developing new workforce skills, and our community centers being safe havens. However, as the budget stands, those things are in jeopardy. The fiscal 2025 adopted budget is fast approaching. The council will continue to fight to ensure that the city budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to all New Yorkers. As chair of the Committee on Children and Youth, I will continue to advocate for accountability, accuracy, and to ensure that the budget represents the needs and interests of children and young people across the city, and that the programs are equipped with adequate funding to serve everyone in need. In my expansion, the DYCD will be, my expectation is that DYCD will be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members. I hope that the fiscal 2025 adopted budget meets the goals set forth by the council. We want to ensure that program is provided with the necessities to meet everyday challenges our youth face. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my Chief of Staff, Lamont, and the entire A-team back in the district office, Sandra Gray, the financial analyst, Ali, unit head, Christine Yemen, committee, counsel to the committee, and Elizabeth Arts, policy analyst to the committee. And I will now like to turn it back over to Chair Brennan.
Thank you, Chair. Before we get started, I also want to take a quick minute just to thank the entire Finance Division, who works very, very hard behind the scenes, especially this whole week and today, preparing for these hearings, most especially to Aliyah Ali and Sandra Gray, my committee counsel, Mike Toomey, and all the finance analysts. Once again, for this year's executive budget joint hearings, we'll take public testimony on an agency's executive budget the same day, meaning after DYCD is finished testifying. And if you wish to speak on DYCD and you're here today or you're watching on Zoom, you got to make sure to fill out a witness slip and sign up with the Sergeant at Arms. I'll now turn it over to our committee counsel to swear in the witnesses, and we can get started.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Howard?
Yes.
Deputy Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
CFO Bailey?
Yes.
Darrell Rattree?
Yes.
Daphne Montanez? Susan Haskell? Julia Brightman? Mike Bobbitt? And Rong Zhang? Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Stephen and Chair Brennan, and members of the Committee on Children and Youth and Finance. I am DYCD's Commissioner Keith Howard. I am joined today by First Deputy Commissioner Alan Chang and Chief Financial Officer Navita Bailey. We are pleased to be here to discuss the fiscal 2025 executive budget. The budget stands at $1.17 billion. It is composed of $926.8 million, or 78.54% in city tax levy funds, $141.2 million, or 11.97% in intra-city funds, $99.5 million, or 8.43% in federal funds, and $12.5 million, or about 1% in state funding. We are pleased that the mayor's executive budget invests in an array of services for young people, including education, child care, and cultural services, and adds funding for DYCD. As we discussed in March, the Office of Neighborhood Safety, ONS, officially joined DYCD in fiscal year 2024. This office includes the Mayor's Action Plan for Neighborhood Safety, the Office to Prevent Gun Violence, Atlas, and related employment services. These programs are aligned with DYCD's mission and improves community police relations, reduce crime and incarceration, and diminish contact with the criminal justice system. The executive budget includes new and additional programming in ONS, including $15 million for a new workforce development program that will offer work readiness and occupational training, internship, and job placement to 500 New Yorkers aged 18 to 40 who have been involved in the criminal justice system or impacted by community violence. $8.6 million for the crisis management system to continue support for cure violence services and mental health services in gun violence safety precincts. $2.5 million to support the Neighborhood Safety Alliance, which fosters collaboration between communities, actors, law enforcement, agencies, and city services to reduce gun violence in 6 gun violence safety precincts. The launch of the Summer Youth Employment Program is in 2 months. DYCD and other providers have been busy at work to make it a successful year. The 2024 application for participants and work sites was released on January 22nd, making the earliest release to date. It underscores the commitment to program quality by providing participants ample time to prepare for their summer experience and allowing providers to work with the New York City business and nonprofit community to develop additional work sites. We are grateful for the Council's support of early and baseline funding for SYEP, which made this possible. The application period closed on March 15th with a record number of young people applying to the program. A significant portion of these applicants or applications resides in the 6 priority police precincts and targeted NYCHA development. DYCD organized targeted recruitment events in priority precincts with CMS groups, utilized New York City's public school communications channels for direct outreach to students and parents, and coordinated special recruitment events at NYCHA Development and Cornerstone Community Centers. SYEP enrollment are currently underway and processing smoothly. We expect to be fully enrolled in the coming weeks. Enrolled young people are currently completing their work readiness training, including financial literacy, mindfulness, to prepare for their summer experience. All SYEP participants will receive at least 2 hours of financial literacy education. DYCD also launched a financial empowerment peer mentoring pilot. SYEP participants who attend a CUNY College Now course on financial literacy will serve as peer mentors to youth in traditionally underrepresented communities. We are expanding initiatives piloted in previous years: SYEP Pride, Credit Pilot, and Pathways, and serving more youth in program slots set aside for youth with barriers to employment residing in targeted precincts and public housing. We successfully completed this year's Work, Learn, and Grow program, serving more than 7,000 youth Thanks to the mayor and the council for the major investment. Over 1/3 of participants reside in our attended schools within the 6 priority precincts identified in the mayor's blueprint for community safety. We are on track to serve 100,000 young people and are working with our providers to develop a new and engaging work site that meets our young people's interests. We want to thank, of course, Chair Stevens for enlisting council members for the participants in SYP to work and serve in their work site and their offices. We successfully this year, with Work, Look, and Grown program and the council support and the amount of participants, our staff and providers has also focused on another blueprint program, which is Summer Rising. We appreciate the constant feedback from the council on how to make improvement, and in particular from Chair Stevens and Joseph. Since February, DYCD has held and led bi-weekly Summer Rising convenings for providers, sharing resources to support quality programming, offering peer support for best practices, clarifying policies and procedures with key personnel, including our partners at New York City Public Schools, and offering professional development. The application portal was open March 4th through March 25th for Summer Rising, earlier and longer than past years. We received 138,000 applications demonstrating continued interest in summer programming. 110,000 families were offered placement in one of their application choices, which included 100% of students with a 12-month individual education program, an IEP, and 87% of all IEP applicants, 100% of students in temporary housing, 100% of students in foster care. Families can still sign up and join the waiting list for programs through My School at nycd.gov/summarizing. We also are pleased that on July 5th, we will open our 100th Cornerstone program. After being closed for decades, the following significant capital investments and improvement, the Gowanus Houses Community Center will be reopened as a Cornerstone program with our senior partner, Grand Street Settlement, as the providers. Reopening the center was one of the top priorities for residents and was included as part of the Gowanus neighborhood rezoning process. We thank the council for its strong advocacy to get the center open and for local residents who have assisted in provider selection and the planning process in developing programming. The 2025 executive budget places DYCD in a strong position to accomplish much in communities across the city. Thank you again for the opportunity to discuss the executive budget. We are pleased to answer your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to jump right into it, talk about the Office of Neighborhood Safety. So as you noted, the Office of Neighborhood Safety Program was transferred from MOCJ to DYCD at the FY24 adopted budget. And this year, the executive plan includes $153.6 million in FY25 for the Office of Neighborhood Safety. Does the agency have enough funding to run the program?
Currently, the agency has enough funding to run the Office of Neighborhood Safety.
And could you tell us what's the current head count?
Just want to clarify, is that for that office or?
Yeah, sorry, for ONS.
There's 19 head count.
And how many vacancies?
About 3 or 4. Yeah.
Okay. And could you give us an update on DYCD's first year managing the program?
So the integration from to ONS, the Office of Neighbor Safety, into DYCD has been relatively successful and streamless. We've been working collaboratively with the MOCJ, the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, to make sure that the transition goes well. We're currently in the process of vetting an executive director for that office.
Okay. Have you performed any real evaluations in that first year on how it's gone?
We are in the process of discussing exactly procuring for a vendor to perform those evaluations.
So I guess back in March, the actual head count at ONS was 10, so you've hired 9 more people since then?
We've gotten 9 more head count, yes.
What do you mean? You have 9 more?
So we have 19 and we have 3 vacancies that I shared before. So we don't have 9 more people, we have 9 more head count.
So how many people work at ONS right now?
Right now we have 6.
Good morning, Councilmember.
Good morning.
Chair Brandon. So back in March, we should have been at 18. And if I need to look at the testimony, but if I said 10 by mistake, I apologize for that.
Okay.
But it was definitely 18, and since we added on 1 more head count, then we have 3 or 4 vacancies.
And are you, obviously you'd love to be fully staffed up, but are you good with that amount? I mean, you could always use more. Are you asking for more?
We are currently okay with that.
Okay. I believe I mentioned before, the council called upon the administration to restore the $44.4 million in cuts to DYCD programs from the November and preliminary plan in our budget response. The cuts that we called to be restored were a lot of the things that you just mentioned, including the baseline reductions to some of DYCD's most utilized programs, such as Compass, ONS, Summer Rising. Why was the funding for the restoration of these programs not included in the executive budget? Just make sure your mic's on.
Good morning, Chair Brandon.
Good morning.
Hi, as you know, the city is in an interesting fiscal climate. We are in ongoing conversations with OMB, but at this time, they have not put those funds back in our budget.
And what evaluation does DYCD do to determine which programs to cut? So when OMB comes to you and says you have to do a PEG, how do you pick?
So we had the same question in March, and I think any commissioner, of course, we don't like PEGs. And then it's one of the, in terms of a management, is one of the conditions of making sure that the city remains in a fiscal situation. And as you know, back then, in a certain place in time, the way that the fiscal crisis was, we had no other choice but to have a PEG aligned with all of our other city agencies. So we don't like selecting or reviewing and seeing exactly where we would cut at. That's not something that we enjoy. But I'm good to and understand that with the mayor and council and a lot of other stakeholders reviewing the budget and fiscal condition of the city, we're not where we were before.
Do you have a sense of how many youth participants were impacted by the reductions in that funding?
Hi, Chair Brandon. Can you be specific about what initiative you're referring to?
I mean, you could pick one, or you could talk about Compass or ONS or Summer Rising.
Well, primarily the reductions, as far as service reductions, was primarily in our after-school portfolio, and that would be around the contract changes, and that was due usually for low utilization. There was a program elimination, and that was the Explore program. And then there was a Summer Rising hours reduction. So the Summer Rising hours reduction was not a slot reduction. That was just to change the program model. But when we're referencing the slot reduction, the baseline for FY25, the reduction would be 109 slots.
109 slots in which program?
That is for the Compass area, and that's for the contract changes, and that reduction is about 109 slots.
Okay.
There's also the Sonic, so just to be full, there's also the Sonic slot loss, and that's about 1,300 slots. And then the Explore program was a reduction of about 2,100 slots. So in total, we're talking about 3,500 slots.
So because of these unnecessary cuts, 300 and, what was it, 3,500 kids?
3,500, a little over 3,500, but just even number, 3,500 slots. Over a system of over 100,000 slots. So we are a very vast system. As the commissioner mentioned, PEGs are not something that the city wants to do. You all have charges and directives, and so we were determining what is the least way to have an impact to our program. So where we could, we did revenue swaps to maximize different funding streams. We looked at programs that had lower utilization. We thought about programs that had more comprehensive services to keep them whole. So we really wanted to be intentional about how we approached reductions to our program budget. At no point and at no way are we saying this is reflective of the programs that served, but we were given a task, and so we wanted to make sure that we kind of met our target, where we try to minimize the impact of services.
Yeah. Yeah, look, the council maintains it's just unfortunate you even had to go through this exercise. It was never necessary in the first place, and as you're pointing out, it had real world impacts. Let's talk about adult literacy. Adult Literacy Coalition is calling for the administration to include an additional $10 million for DYCD adult literacy in the current FY25 prelim funding level of $21.7 million, which will address the funding issue in the RFP. The executive plan, once again, does not recognize any additional funding for the adult literacy program. The council called on the administration in our budget response to provide an additional $10 million. The additional $10 million would restore some of the $16 million reduction in the new RFP. Could you talk about why that funding wasn't included in the executive budget? Or why wasn't that prioritized?
Hi. So I wouldn't necessarily say it wasn't prioritized. I don't think that's the approach that we take regarding our budget at this time, though it wasn't included in the adopt budget. But I will again reference that our price per participant did increase in the new RFP and in our new program model to $1,300. But there's been no additional funding that's been added to our budget regarding the adult literacy portfolio.
So in the prelim hearing, you'd mentioned that there were technical adjustments that had to take place to correct the adult literacy budget. What's the corrected budget for that program?
Well, the budget still remains the same, but I know that there's a variance of about a little over 1 million, 1 to 2 million, and doesn't mean that there's been a reduction to the RFP that's on the street. It just means that we still have to do one minor technical adjustment. So I know that I mentioned in the last hearing that we would have it done by exec, but we still have one more minor technical adjustment to do because the funding isn't reflected in another program area.
What's the current head count
for
adult literacy?
1 second. Three down. I'm going to say roughly 5, but I'm going to defer to our Deputy Commissioner for Community Development to make sure he gives you the more accurate reflection of the unit.
Thank you for the question. 9 staff.
9?
Yes.
And how many, are they all full? Are all the positions filled?
Yes, they're full.
Okay. Since the spring of 2022, over 177,000 asylum seekers have arrived here in New York City. Even before this influx of primarily non-English speakers, the city did not adequately fund DYCD's adult literacy programs. Speak a little bit more about how DYCD is proposing to address the needs of adult New Yorkers and asylum seekers.
So some of the programs that Deputy Commissioner Bobbitt is going to talk about is the programs that we have at the HERC, but I'll let Mike expand on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the question. So in addition to providing the baseline literacy services, as the Commissioner points out, we've been supporting English as a second language at the HERC, the Emergency Relocation Humanitarian Centers. We provided those services at 5 centers in the prior year and currently provide services at 6 sites.
So you're only providing it at the HERCs? Because I know there's a bunch of different sites, or is it?
The expansion I'm referring to is at the HERCs, but all of our current investments can receive New Yorkers, including asylum seekers. There's no restriction.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to, we've also been joined by Council Members Brewer and Aviles, and now I'm going to hand it over to my co-chair, Council Member Stevens. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. I'll jump right into it because I have a lot of questions, as you guys know. The DYCD executive plan includes 3 new needs totaling $28 million in fiscal 2025. $42.4 million is fiscal 2026. $54.5 million is fiscal 2027, and $66.5 million in fiscal 2025. Were there any other new needs requested that DYCD made that did not get included in the executive budget?
No, but we are still assessing our needs in the agency and have ongoing conversations with OMB. So I wouldn't say that it's reflective of everything, but most of our needs have been addressed.
I don't know if all of them have been addressed, but I'll let it go. The Job Connect program. The executive budget included an additional $16.9 million of city funding in fiscal 2025, which is associated with the headcount increase of 28, increasing to the additional $55.4 million with the increased headcount of 30 in fiscal 2028. What is the start date for the new Job Connect program? And was there an evaluation of the Job Connect program? If so, what is the indications of success for this program?
Your latter question was there an evaluation of the?
I love an evaluation. Because I know this was a program that was moved over, correct?
Sure, yes, it was.
Yeah, and so that's my question. So I guess I'll break it down. So we will start with, what is the start date for the new jobs? When does it start?
So we're looking to land that program in the new fiscal year.
Okay. So what the start?
New fiscal year starts in July.
So it's going to start in July, or is it going to have to after?
Yes, we're looking to land it in July.
In July, all right, so July 1. All right, great. And so, again, this is a program that was in another agency, and so it was moved over. And so my question is, what was the evaluation process, and what are some of the indications of success that this is a program that's worthy of expanding and continuing? So we'd love to hear what that process looks like with this transition.
So I'm going to call Associate Commissioner Daphne Montanez, but what I will say is that the program, when it was over at the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, Mark J., as you can recall, it was a pilot program.
Mm-hmm. And in pilot programs, we should have evaluations done as we're expanding it, because that's the whole point of the pilot, right? So we could see if it's working before we expand and
absolutely
roll it out. So I would love to hear what the evaluation was like.
Absolutely.
And was it conducted by you guys, or was it conducted by Mox, is I guess the other question.
So again, there's a joint effort between the 2 agencies to do an evaluation of when it was at Mark J and how it transferred over to DYCD. We're in constant communication, and our teams are working collaboratively together to make sure that the evaluation lands before the end of the contract, or a little bit into the end of the contract. The contract expiration, as you know, is June 30th at the end of the fiscal year. Now, what we've noticed about the program is that there was a targeted population of young adults aged 25 to 35 that was underrepresented in the program. The program also needed to be expanded in terms of more subcontractors, new industries, and also some other services as well. I'll let Commissioner Martinez talk about it first.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, even before you go, because
Sure.
there was a couple, so I'm just going to raise a red flag, because if the start date for the program is July 1.
I said targeted date is July.
Well, the targeted date is July 1, and the evaluation won't be done until June. That don't make sense.
Well, the contract ends in June.
No, I know when it ends, but if he's going to start the next day, what are we doing?
We're not doing anything. We are making sure that there's a
I wanted to
continuity.
have a good hearing today.
There's a continuity of service. That's the most important thing. The most important thing is that there's a continuity of services. And that's what we're making sure, to ensure.
Go ahead, Deputy Commissioner, please.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you. So just following up on the Commissioner's remarks regarding the new program, the Precision Employment Program was transferred to us at the start of the fiscal year and was launched in the previous administration as a pilot. And it is ending at the end
So
of
he
this
just said
fiscal
that, so
year.
can we just talk about the evaluation? Because I think that's the piece. And this is something not just with USCD, this is what we do all the time. We have these pilot programs, and then we're not evaluating them before we expand it. That just does not make sense. And so for me, like, we don't have to wait for the program to end to do consistent evaluations. And so I'm just trying to figure out, has there been done? What are the indications of success that we should be expanding this program? Like, that's where I want to talk about. So he kind of already talked about that. So could we talk about the evaluation process?
So the evaluation process is collaboratively being discussed and worked on between MOCJ and DYCD.
So how do we know the program was successful?
We don't know until we get an evaluation. So that's the whole point.
So there was no
of the
evaluation done yet.
collaboration.
Got it.
Because you can't look at what was happening in the COVID days when this program actually originated in MOCJ.
So
as a
shouldn't we be
pilot,
expanding the
and
pilot
as it
then?
expanded all over to DYCD. So we want to
Because
make sure we get a
here's
full
the thing,
scope.
we're cutting money in other programs that we know we have evaluations for, and now we have a new program that we don't have data to show that it's successful, and we're expanding.
Well, we know
So
for a fact-
that's why things like this stresses me out, because that does not make sense.
Well, I try not to stress you out, all right? But we know for a fact that there was a targeted population of 25 to 35 young adults who were underserved in the program. And then there were some other items that we wanted to make sure that with this expanded program, we actually land on. What are those additional items?
Yes, so the evaluation continues, but since we inherited the program, we have been evaluating the program, conducting site visits.
So in
learning
those
more about the
evaluations that you've done, what are the indications of success? Because you just said you have been evaluating them. What does that look like? What have you guys been seeing? Because I just want us to make sure that when we're expanding on programs and moving it from a pilot, and you just said you guys are doing ongoing evaluations, what does that look like?
Yes, so some of the indicators that we've seen and opportunities that we're looking to grow in our new program include paid trainings and internships throughout the course of the period of service, and that has actually led to higher retention rates, and we're looking to continue that in the new program starting next year. We also know that the core group or age range has been anywhere from 25 to 35 years of age, and there has traditionally been a gap of services in terms of providing wraparound, comprehensive workforce development programs. So in our new program, we will target individuals 18 to 40 years of age, and we will offer a variety of in-demand sector-based trainings that will cover a variety of industries, because the current program focuses solely on construction and HVAC. We will continue that as an option, but we also want to diversify the trainings that will include other industries such as healthcare, technology, culinary, arts, and also we do see a need for this population to provide wraparound, comprehensive supportive services and mental health services. The target population for the new program will be justice-involved individuals and individuals from communities who experience high rates of community violence. So we know that mental health services and providing trauma-informed care will also be a very important element of the program. And ultimately, the outcome that we're looking for is permanent job placements in in-demand sectors in New York City.
How many slots will be available under the Job Connect program?
In fiscal year 25, we will serve 500 participants and then scale up over 4 years to ultimately reach 2,000 young people. Excuse me,
I mean, they're not young
participants.
people at that
Not
point.
young, exactly, 18 to 40-year-olds.
Do you have like a breakdown of what that will look like throughout the boroughs?
So we're, in a few weeks, we will release a solicitation. Our goal is to have programs in every borough offering trainings and providing a variety of sector-based occupational trainings. And that was also learning from the current Precision Employment Program. They currently have 2 sites in Brooklyn and the Bronx, and we want to ensure that there are services across all 5 boroughs of New York City.
Because I know there was a gap in Queens, and so is that going to be prioritized this go around?
Yes.
Is there an increase in overall headcount, or is this a transfer of headcount from for the Precision Employment Program?
This is an actual increase in headcount that we've been given to operate this program.
Okay. Neighborhood Safety Alliance, the executive plan includes additional $2.5 million of city funding in fiscal 2025 in the outer years of the Neighborhood Safety Alliance. How does this program differ from the neighborhood safety?
So we're going to have Mike Bobbitt, Deputy Commissioner, address that.
Thank you for the question. The neighborhood safety councils will work cooperatively with the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force in the targeted precincts. So this is a holistic, collaborative strategy to enlist community support, elected officials, business community, faith-based community, nonprofit providers to help hold those entities accountable, and also to devise, implement, and carry out neighborhood safety strategies to help the neighborhoods thrive. So it's a new companion strategy that's being developed.
How many precincts will this program roll out in? And did this already start?
It didn't already start. We're in the procurement process, and they're anticipated to start shortly, underway at the start of FY25. There'll be 6 councils targeting the 6 precincts, which the Commissioner referenced earlier under other testimony, where we're highest incidence of gun violence.
Do you have those 6 precincts?
Hold on a second. I'll be right.
We have right here.
Yes, the precincts are the 4-0, the 4-4, the 4-2, 4-4, 4-7, 7-3, and 7-5.
Thank you.
So just so we clear, 2 of those are in my district, so hopefully I'll be included in some of those conversations. I know you said elected officials, because they were having some meetings before. They called me the day of, so.
Absolutely.
How many providers are involved with the program, and with the expansion, how many additional providers will be involved?
We still talking about the Neighborhood Safety Council?
Mm-hmm.
There'll be 6 chairs, which will be identified through the procurement, that will serve as a coordinating body. But they get enlist innumerable numbers of partners in the interest of promoting safety in the community.
At the preliminary budget hearing, you testified regarding the initiation of the Youth Team Sport Program for youth under 18, funded by New York State Office of Children and Family Services. In the executive budget, $2.3 million was added to the fiscal 2024 and $1.4 million in fiscal 2025 for the program. How many providers have submitted applications for this program?
I don't have the unique count of providers, but I can give you on both phases how many proposals we got in. For phase 1, which were the amendment mechanism, we got in 298 proposals. And for the current NAC solicitation that we're doing, we got in over 200.
How many providers have been chosen to service this program?
So currently, we're doing awards and we're still doing the proposal evaluation.
Some providers got it already, correct?
I'm sorry?
Some providers got awards.
Some providers got awards, but we're still doing program proposal evaluations.
So how many did get awards so far?
For the amendments, we gave out 47 allocations of the funding.
And I'm sure you don't have it now, but if afterwards, a follow-up, if you could send me a list of the providers that got it.
Yes, we definitely will.
What are the requirements and qualifications for the providers to run this program? It's a number of questions, so you could just sit here.
So they have to propose a neighborhood league or sports program that's competitive and includes young people, young adults under the age of 18 from that neighborhood. It shouldn't be a complete add-on to their existing program. So if they have an existing after-school program, it shouldn't just include those young people, young adults. It should be for the entire, for that neighborhood, per se. We've gotten some really creative proposals, and some that we'll send you. Like, we have a swing program up in the Northeast Bronx.
You said swing?
Swimming.
Oh, I thought you said swing. I was supposed to be like, wait, what?
A swimming program in the Northeast Bronx. In addition to some really creative opportunities for young adults to come together, be coached. So it's not just sports, but it's also kind of a mentoring, engagement, leadership program as well. So we're working with those providers now. And to the commissioner's point, we are reading the proposals that came in for the providers that we don't have major funding with.
And the definition of sports is more than 2 people.
That's correct. And so it should be, that engagement of sports should be more than 2 people. It should be some type of competitive play. And it shouldn't, the other piece, it shouldn't fund professionalized leagues, so AAU, those sort of professional kind of quote-unquote professional leagues that travel. It shouldn't fund that. It should be more of an amateur, local activation.
Is this program an opportunity? Because I know you said that it can't just be an add-on, but so could non-existing DYCD folks apply for this as well?
That's the other part of the program, which is the competitive application.
And I know we spoke about this. I would love to see a double Dutch program because we need to bring that back as a lost art.
We definitely heard you on that.
Don't do that.
No, we heard you.
Because you got your basketball.
We heard.
The YTS program is scheduled to begin July 1, 2024. Does the agency feel that it can meet this deadline? And what are the locations, boroughs, and districts for this program? That's the same program. I told you don't go anywhere. I have like 5 more questions.
I'm sorry, Chair Stevens. Can you repeat that question? Because you said YTS, you threw me off for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that's what they have here. The YTS program is scheduled to start July 1. Does that the agency feels that they can meet this deadline? So it's scheduled to start July 1.
Great question. So absolutely. So we are literally, we have staff who are reading those proposals that came in. We're rating them, and yeah, we look forward to completing that process in time to alert those providers who actually received those awards so they can start up in July.
And so you probably don't have it here, but if you could follow up with like the breakdowns for the boroughs and like what districts they're in, that would be really helpful.
Absolutely. I believe for those that are being rated right now, the most immediate follow-up will be at the point of award. We can let you know where those were awarded.
That's fine.
So not only you, but the rest of the council as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We all the same. I'll send it out to them too. What are the days and times that youth are supposed to attend? Is there like a set schedule, or is it more up to the provider to kind of create that?
Great question. So it allows providers the flexibility to shape that program to meet the needs of the community. So it could be on the weekends, it could be in the evenings. Once they're awarded, we work with them closely just to ensure that that schedule makes sense. But it can cover the weekends and evenings as well, of course.
Are you managing, is this part of your portfolio?
Yes, it is.
Here we go, so. Is this in partnership with NYPD and Saturday Lights as well? You know, my favorite program.
What's your question?
Is this program connected to Saturday Night Lights, and is it also a partnership with NYPD as well?
So this is an independent program outside of Saturday Night Lights.
Okay. I know how much I love that program. Were there sports offered that are dedicated specifically for females? And
We're still reading the proposals.
But
we have a better sense after we finish the completion of the proposal to
was that like a was that like a asked as well, like to make sure that we have like a diverse set of programs for young girls as well?
Well, that's more of an internal policy, but when it came to the requirements for what the state grant was, the requirements, gender was not a specific criteria.
Because I don't want to see 100 new programs and we got one program for girls. Because we know that sometimes that be happening, especially with these sports.
Well, I
programs.
just want to add that the mayor is very, very in tune with his Women Forward and her future campaign. So all city agencies are required to make sure that we build out an investment for you.
Yeah, but I could also hear you coming back to me in a couple of weeks being like, well, those are the only proposals we got, so this is what we had to do. So, just want to make sure that that is something that we're promoting as well. Will there be opportunity for sports to offer with young people with disabilities?
Again, we're reviewing what is being submitted.
And is that something we're prioritizing as well?
That is definitely something that we have our eyes on to make sure that the sports programming is inclusive.
Since this is a new program, has the agency been getting the word out to the youth that this will, has the recruitment and I know that you announced it at the budget hearing, but even as we're gearing up, do we have a plan around like how we're going to get the word out to neighborhoods and to the young people that it's supposed to serve?
We're doing two sort of approaches. We're, of course, with DYCD on social media and targeted marketing. We're also requiring our providers who will get awards to make sure that they also do highly recruit as well.
Do you believe the funding is sufficient to run these programs?
Absolutely.
Of course you're going to say that. You're going to be like, no one got enough money. The council called upon the administration to restore $44.4 million in cuts to Department of Youth and Community Development programs from the November and preliminary plan and our preliminary budget response. Cuts we called on to restore included baseline reductions to some of the department's most utilized programs, such as Compass, the Office of Neighborhood Safety, and Summer Rising. In its response, the council called the administration to increase investments in DYCD's programs that provided leadership, social, and workforce development tools for young people. Can you list some current programs that provided those skills and the number of participants in each of them?
So you mentioned Compass, Sonic, and what other programs? I'm sorry.
It's okay, because it was a lot. Compass, Sonic, Office of Neighborhood Safety, Summer Rising.
All right, Susan.
Hi, Chair Stevens.
Oh, hi.
You were asking something about can you repeat that question about the programs? Something about the activities in the program?
Yeah, so in the budget response, we called for these investments that, the programs we were calling for to invest in, but, some of those investments weren't put back. So we're just asking, since those programs weren't put back, are there other programs that's going to replace some of those skills like leadership, social and emotional workforce development tools, since some of the things that we asked for in the budget response? So kind of talk about like some of the other programs that you're offering in response to some of the things that's been cut.
I think that's a great question, and I think my colleague Navita put that into good perspective when she noted that, although we're not happy to be making any reductions to program areas, it was a small portion of a much larger Compass portfolio with a lot of hundreds of programs for elementary, hundreds of programs for middle, with our cornerstones and beacons. So with the modest impact here, we're hopeful that all young people who otherwise would have been served in these seats can be served in our portfolio in general.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere because we still got questions for you, because we're going to move on to homeless and runaway youth. Everyone know my favorite topics, and one of the things that just want to remain in existence because none of these things were addressed in the executive budget. The council fiscal 2025 preliminary budget response included a call for 6.2 million baseline increase in RHY and to fund 100 additional beds for runaway and homeless youth and young adults. I'm never going to stop until we get these beds, I promise. This includes a request to restore the restoration of 1.6 million for runaway and homeless youth, housing navigators, a total of 1.6 million for youth peer navigators and drop-in centers, an increase for the current DYCD funded crisis and transitional independent living program contracted to 55 for a total of 5.5 million. The executive budget did not address those items and does not include any additional funding for runaway and homeless youth. And it's really disappointing and it's kind of heartbreaking, especially talking to providers just around how they're seeing such a huge increase. I was talking to a provider yesterday as I was coming into City Hall, and I see them here, and so hopefully I'll be testifying later just around how they've been playing semantics with outside funding to make sure that they're still able to serve the influx of young people that they are seeing coming into the drop-in centers and seeing coming in. And so even when we're talking about the numbers, they're saying that it is not necessarily being reported correctly because they're using other funding. So, you know, I'm really just kind of saddened that this has not been taken on as a priority, especially when there's so many investments going on with a lot of other programs. I think that this is something that could also be preventing future things. But I'll get to the questioning and get off my soapbox. But to what extent does DYCD advocate to the administration for additional resources for runaway and homeless youth funding as called by the council in our budget response?
We're still on ongoing conversations with our partners over at OMB to look at the Runaway Homeless Youth Program. But as you and I had discussed in March, the overwhelming amount of asylum and migrants that have gone through the system, I believe we're at 191,000, just overrode not only DYCD and in the small part that we play, but the whole system in general. So those communications and those conversations, OMB is a constant understanding, and they understand exactly the situation that our program is in, but they also understand how overwhelmed the system is as well.
And I think we're agreeing on, and I think you play a bigger part than you're building up. Like, you're not playing a small part, right? Like, because we're not only just dealing with the influx of young people and asylum seekers, but we have an influx of just young people in general. So I think you do play a huge part, and sometimes it, for me, feels like that is being forgotten.
But I also think that we both agree that it's a federal government problem.
Absolutely.
As well, and that we need
on
to
the same page.
We need to advocate with the federal government because
all
it's
the
a
things could
policy
exist
issue that's affecting all the cities.
On the same page, absolutely their problem, but the kids are here, and so what are we gonna do?
Yep.
How many peer navigators are currently servicing the drop-in centers? Don't all answer at the same time.
At this time, peer navigators are not funded for fiscal year, the current fiscal year.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to answer. It's because we know that it's such a useful tool, and we all knew how it was working so well, and so this really breaks my heart, I'm not gonna lie. Without funding, how does DYCD plan to address issues like the needs for beds to shelter homeless runaway youth? Because it is increasing, and there is no funding that's being added. So, like, without this, what is the expectation around providers?
So again, it's still those engagement with OMB to
So we should go
to
storm.
stress.
We should go storm the castle.
No, we just need to continue to stress the OMB.
All right, if you want me, all right. I
problems
heard
that-
storm the castle. I'm
All right,
leaving
Taylor.
here and going straight there. But in all seriously, I think that this is something we definitely have to keep fighting and pushing for, because I do know your team has been fighting and want this as well, and you guys are in a very difficult situation because you're given a budget and you have to provide the service. And so I don't want to downplay that piece of that. I do know that you guys are working really hard to fight, but this is something that I think that we have to prioritize with all the other things that we're prioritizing, because this is something I've been fighting for the last 2 years, and there hasn't been much movement, and it's only exasperating. And like I said, I was talking to providers yesterday, and I was just kind of heartbroken. And to even be, to know that they're trying and doing all the things, and you guys know too, because you talk to them regularly, just want to make sure that we're continuously highlighting and pushing on this together. In the City Council budget response, we call for an increase to 55 for the current DYCD funded crisis and transitional independent living TIL program contracts. What is the greatest impact will the increased contract rate have on the organization's current providing services?
I'm sorry, Chair Stevens, are you saying there was an increased rate to the TIL program?
I think we were asking in the budget response, that's what we were asking for an increase.
Okay, so at this point, we have not received that funding, but we have it in the budget response, and we'll have that included in our conversations with OMB.
I have a number of other questions, but I'm going to pause here to give my colleagues some time to ask questions, and then I'll come back.
We have questions from Councilmember Lewis, followed by Williams.
Thank you, chairs, and good to see you, Commissioner, and your team. Is that mine? Nope. All good. Microphone check. All right. All right, I got a couple of questions. Some Chair Stevens highlighted earlier. So Intro 54 took place in July 11, 2023, and would require DYCD to include financial literacy training as part of all youth employment programs for runaway and homeless youth. In your testimony, you mentioned SYEP Pride, Credit, Pilot, CUNY College Now, peer mentoring. So I wanted to know, are all of these programs in response to Intro 54? How much funding will you be asking for these programs in FY25? Like, how much will be allocated to each? How many people have attended the financial literacy training this fiscal year? Does DYCD have any evaluations from those that attended the course? And how many youth are who receive training have been able to find employment? In addition to that, if you could please define underbanked communities, because that was stated in the testimony. And my last question is on cure violence. And Chair Stevens highlighted it earlier regarding cure violence. So I just wanted to know, Commissioner, if you and your team could share with us if DYCD budgeted for increased oversight to ensure that all contractors and providers both have resources and are using them adequately to respond to incidents of violence and other community programs. I know that was a lot of questions. I could restate anything you need.
Definitely a lot of questions. Let's try to bucket.
Let's start with Intro 54.
So I believe I was present with you when we signed the legislation.
Yeah.
But the investment, financial literacy investment, and just targeting SYEP for the minute, that has been a 2-year.
You're talking about SYEP Pride?
I'm talking about SYEP general. Everyone who goes through SYEP, regardless of exactly what the subset is, they get financial literacy. So that's been ongoing for the past, I think, 2 summers.
Excuse me. Since 2022, we instituted, as part of our work readiness training, a minimum of 2 hours of financial literacy training as part of every SYEP participant's work readiness. And so that is a requirement to complete in order to be placed in SYEP.
We're familiar with that, but the criteria of the bill states runaway, homeless. So how are you tracking that within whatever's required already?
So we're going to bucket that, right? So we're talking about SYEP for the minute.
Okay.
So SYEP definitely has integrated financial literacy in its program model.
Okay.
The Susan Haskell, the Deputy Commissioner, can talk about runaway and homeless youth and how financial literacy was in a partnership with the Department of Consumer Affairs and Workers Protection, how it was also integrated in our RHY program as well. And then you asked about program evaluation.
So let's break that down. You brought up SYEP. Of all the participants, how many were trained through financial literacy of your just the fiscal year, one fiscal year? Let's talk
Yes.
FY23 or FY24.
So last year, SYEP enrolled 95,563 participants, and as a requirement of the program, every one of those participants received
Got it.
financial literacy training.
Okay, got that. Now, of those participants, how many fall within the criteria of Intro 54?
So again,
Runaway homeless.
excuse our vagueness.
Yeah.
But we're caught at a loss on exactly the criteria in the intro bill that you talked about.
I'm going to restate it differently. Let's move on to the next part. I understand why you have to be vague, but you don't have to be vague, but I understand. SYEP Pride, Credit Pilot, and CUNY College Now peer mentoring, does that all now fall under the criteria of Intro 54? Is that part of the financial literacy training? It's just SYEP?
These are offerings through SYEP. The peer mentoring program that we are launching this year is a brand new pilot where 15 participants who are part of Work, Learn, and Grow went through a CUNY College Now course on banking and financial literacy. And this summer, they're going to be delivering workshops and presentations and having one-on-one peer-to-peer counseling sessions with SYEP participants, primarily within our special initiatives options.
And how many of those that are...
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I want to make sure that, and I'm hearing your question, and it's very specific. We're going to have to look and review the intro law to see exactly how we're in compliance, and that's something we're going to have to get back to you on.
Yeah, because it's very explicit.
Yeah,
and
that's why I don't want to go out and say it fits the criteria of the law. I want us to go back, take a look at it, and then report back to you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to know from the I guess, students that are matriculating that will graduate from CUNY College Now, how many new peer mentors will you have on board for FY25 to support the new group of students?
So this pilot, we're starting small with 15 young people as part of that cohort.
Thank you for that. And the last question was in regards to DYCD budgeting for increased oversight to ensure that all contractors and providers both have the resources and they're using them adequately to respond to incidents of violence and other community programs. This is based off of one of the questions that Chair Stevens mentioned earlier, but I want to know how you guys keeping track of that, especially in FY25 if they'll need enhanced funding.
So with the mayor in awarding the CMS system, I believe the investment was $86 million. And as we have informed the Chair Stevens, that the CMS system is the evaluation is still, the provider is still being procured.
How is DYCD increasing oversight?
Increase heads.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear when you said oversight. The oversight pertains to the $86 million investment in terms of exactly our program managers that are evaluating programs. I think Commissioner Rathway indicated that we are staffed up to provide those oversights, and we're...
That's not the 19 that was mentioned earlier?
No, we've got an additional head
We've
count
got heads.
so that we can manage and to your point, hold accountable that new program that we're getting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Now we have questions from Councilmember Williams, followed by Brewer.
Hello, good afternoon. Congrats on the 100th, you said, Cornerstone in your opening. I had a question about the Cornerstone in Baisley. It's actually in the Speaker's District. It's been closed for years. Do you have an update on that one?
So we met with NYCHA, and there's still capital improvement issues in terms of the sewage. We will get you a timeline on exactly where and when we see that community center being open, but I know that we've actively been working with NYCHA and touring the sites and meeting with their team to see exactly how we can quickly resolve, because we're very much interested in making sure that that site gets up.
Okay, I've probably asked this question a few times when cornerstones get brought up. It's been closed for many years.
Yes, but that's a capital
I know.
infrastructure issue.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it would be helpful to know a timeline.
I will definitely make sure we get back to you in the timeline with our latest meeting with NYCHA.
Thank you. I just had a follow-up question to the chair's question on the sports programming. I know a lot of your answers were that you are waiting to see what you all get back. And so I just wanted to know if the RFP provided any criteria for providers to provide the type of sports gaming programs that the chair mentioned. So programs tailored to girls, programs tailored to individuals with disabilities. Like, did the RFP itself sort of incentivize or provide any criteria for providers to submit something that included that?
So again, we're in the process of evaluating all of the proposals. Some we've awarded. So I don't have an answer to tell you exactly if any of the providers who submitted proposal has specific proposal to Chair Stevens' point on people with
Oh,
disability.
yeah, I understand that. That wasn't my question. My question was like, when providers are responding and submitting things, they're responding to something that you all put out, right?
Yes.
You know, I'm not an expert, so help
Yes,
me out.
but
So there
the-
was a documentation that was sent out. I'm guessing RFP. If it was called something else, let me know. So I'm just wondering if the RFP itself, because we know, like, what's written in the RFP is sort of what providers respond to. If you say, I want sports programming that's catered to all genders and various abilities, then you will receive that. But if you have an RFP that doesn't really include those things, then it kind of feels a little disingenuous to say you're just potentially waiting for responses, but you didn't really.
No, I think what we're basically saying is that the state had a rule and a condition based upon exactly what the funding is and how the funding is tied to sports program.
Okay.
You can just.
That doesn't really answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, just to, Dana Cantelmi, Agency Chief Contracting Officer for DYCD, just to add to what the commissioner said, it was funding that was given to us by the state. So the solicitation itself was broad, and when we're making awards, we're looking at specifically the services that they're going to be providing. We were not specific around girls programming because, again, we were following the guidelines that were given by the state's grant.
So did DYCD create the solicitation, or was it given to you as a template from the state?
The state had a template, and we built off of it.
Okay, and the template was very broad.
Mm-hmm.
And you had to stick to the template. You couldn't add to the template or edit the template.
We were given the template, and we stuck by the template, and we kept it broad. But again, looking and evaluating the proposals and taking into consideration what's mentioned here.
But could you have made edits to the template, or were you prohibited from editing the template?
We stayed with the template that was given.
But could you have edited the template,
So
or were you
again,
prohibited
the
from
template was
editing?
provided not only to us, but throughout the state.
Yeah, I understand that. It's a big state. So my question is, could you have made edits to the template, or were you prohibited from that?
So, Councilmember Williams.
Sorry,
Apologies,
apparently
folks.
you weren't sworn in.
Yeah, you weren't on the list, so, I'm sorry.
You're going rogue on us.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to councilmember questions? Please state your
Yes,
name.
I do.
So technically, you
What's your
could
name?
have lied.
Dana can't tell me.
Thank you.
Now you can't lie. So let me ask you the question again. Were you prohibited from making edits to the RFP, or could you have?
That situation had never come up. That wasn't a conversation that we had with the state on guiding.
All right,
exactly
I guess
what the
that's a
template.
better answer. I know that the chair has her own grievances of summarizing, but I just have a very technical question because the November plan included $19.6 million reduction in summarizing, but the reduction was made even after DYCD enrolled 110,000 elementary and middle school students for the program. So can you just explain to us how this PEG will impact Summer Rising, and if there'll be any reductions in slots? If so, how many?
Hi, Councilwoman Williams. As mentioned earlier, the Summer Rising PEG is not a slot reduction, it's not a service reduction. It's a program model change. And so the PEG is reflective of the reduction of hours in the program model. So the reduction of hours on Friday and extended hours in the program.
So considering the changes on Friday, has the agency made, what changes has the agency made to the scheduled Friday outings for the program? So you just mentioned like you made the changes. What exactly are those changes? Are you just cutting the Friday programming, or?
I'm going to defer to our Deputy Commissioner, Susan Haskell, who can expand more about the implementation regarding Summer Rising this summer.
Hello. In response to the financial reduction to Summer Rising,
Right.
we modified the middle school hours so that a young person's experience will be from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Monday to Thursday, and they will not be operating on Friday.
Will there be any impact on outdoor activities and visits to cultural institutions?
I think, we meet, as the commissioner said in his testimony, we meet biweekly with the community-based organizations operating Summer Rising, and each time we use the opportunity to bring forth resources, partner agencies, places that are, offering a space for field trips. And we acknowledge that, Friday, there won't be services on Friday. However, there's a lot of time in the afternoon, and we're also meeting closely with New York City Public Schools to see how we could use that whole time block to the best of our ability to make sure that young people get out of the building, that we're bringing fun resources to the building that they can participate in, like sports activities. So we feel confident there'll be an enriching experience.
With no program on Friday, so like their parents have to find something for them to do on Friday? Okay, and how was that decision made?
Again, it was a decision that no one wanted to make, but because of the fiscal situation of the city and where we were at the time, we had to do like other city agencies and look at service reductions and service cuts.
Okay, I just have one more follow-up, and then I'm done, Chair, sorry. No, I understand what you're saying. It's tough fiscal times. I think we all understand that. I think my question is a little bit more technical. I think anytime anyone makes a decision, I gather there might be a set of criteria or considerations for the decision that's being made. So I really just actually want like a deeper answer around the thinking and like the analysis done. Like, oh, we see that Fridays is XYZ, and that might be a cut. Or, maybe we could have cut hours across the board, but that wouldn't work. Like, what was the thinking behind that? Or was it just, let's just not have programming on Friday? Like, I think that you all are very smart, and someone actually thought about the decision before you did it.
So the conversation was, we have a cut, we have a PEG, we don't like the PEG, but unfortunately we have to do a PEG, and we looked across all the service areas, and based upon exactly the recommendations that came from the various divisions, this is the PEG that we landed on.
That did not answer my question, but thank you very much, chairs.
We have questions, Councilmember Brewer, followed by Abeles.
Thank you very much. Just following up on that, because what is the cost of not having the Friday program? Is there a number?
The PEG value reflected that was mentioned. So for Friday, the reduction for limiting Friday services was about $10.9 million.
10.9, thank you. And then the question I have would be, understanding that that was a decision, would there be some analysis, unfortunately, at the end of the summer, if we're not able to restore it, that says there were challenges in the neighborhood because of this young people, I guess 110,000 of them, having, even though you might try with PAL or other programs, that they didn't have anything to do. Would that kind of analysis take place in this administration?
Well, Councilmember Brewer, I don't necessarily agree with the notion that if if the program doesn't operate, it's going to become crime in the neighborhood. I don't think there's a one-to-one relationship in that way. That's summarizing. I understand that it's part of that, but I don't
And just
think
nothing
that all
to
the kids
do.
are criminals. But I will say that I think that we do attendance, we do monitor the program, and we're confident that, with the robust services that DYC provides, that we'll be able to give those services.
So they'll have other services, is what you're saying?
Agency offers a plethora of services, so we're hopeful that the kids will be able to access them.
And to Navita's point, we are constantly doing program evaluations and impacts.
Okay. 'Cause all I'm saying is it would be good for the community to know that there are other services like the community board so that they can make sure that's oversight happening, so that the Friday is covered. There are other programs, but the settlement houses may not know that this is exactly what they should be doing with this population. Settlement houses have programs.
We have regular meetings with the providers, and we 100% agree that cross-pollinations of programs and talking to the providers is something that should be done on a basic level.
Okay. Financial literacy, we had excellent questions. My question would be evaluation. So you said 2 hours for every SYEP member. I'm very involved with World of Money, which is, a more intensive program. So my question would be, have you done evaluations since 2022, and what has been the outcome?
So you're talking about the SYEP and the evaluations
financial
on
literacy.
financial literacy?
Right, I wondered if there was, because you said it was a couple of years that you've had some experience. I have to say that doesn't sound like a lot of financial literacy to me. That's why I was asking. What kind of evaluation?
So that's a good question. So when the new administration took office, the mayor, in his expansion from 75,000 young people to 100,000 young people, he made sure that financial literacy was part of the curriculum. So in terms of program evaluations, I'll leave that over.
That's what I was asking about.
Commissioner Martin.
Yes, so as the commissioner stated, over the past few years, we've really looked to enhance the financial literacy training for all SYEP participants. And I think one of the great outcomes of that is last year we reached the highest number of young people who have enrolled for a bank account who previously were not banked. We are now up to 70% of our young people who are banked. Also, as part of our evaluation throughout the summer, we have pre and post surveys with both our participants and our employers. So the training and work readiness training, including financial literacy, is also something that is evaluated and assessed.
Is that evaluation and survey, are they public information?
We include some of that survey data as part of our annual summary, but we can certainly share more detail.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you know World of Money, but it's much more intense, and I hope as time goes on, we can do something that's more intense. Bank account is great, but World of Money kids can tell you much more than the bank account, in addition. Literacy, it seems to be, I just didn't know, do you keep tally? You're not the only ones doing literacy. There's libraries, et cetera. But do you keep tally on how much wait list you have and what other funding you'd actually need? Because literacy is a major challenge in terms of wait lists, is my understanding, from my community. Hi.
Swear him in.
Good afternoon. Yeah, in terms of wait list, it's a complicated thing. Previously,
everything is complicated.
Yeah, let me just explain. Okay, previously, providers kept wait list people in their programs, and then later we found that number is far from accurate because you may waitlist a person, then the person next day might end up in another program down the block.
Yep.
So it's very hard to have an accurate count. So now we recently had a providers meeting. We talked about this. So we encouraged our providers to keep their, come up with a methodology to keep the number of people waitlisted. and be able to report to us. So it give us a general sense of, people that have not been submitted, have not been served. But yeah, that's why I said, many years ago, there was a general survey of waitlist across literacy programs in the city, and we got a number. But
It was very high. It was very high at
It
that
was
point.
about 14,000.
Correct.
people.
So, but now, when do you think, I mean, certainly with technology, it's not hard to come up with a new methodology. When do you think that you'll have a new way of analyzing? Because there are several agencies, including libraries, I know, that do, so one could go from your program over to the library. I get it. When do you think you'll have this new system in place?
Well, we'll work with our providers and our IT. We have to figure out a good way to do that.
How long do you think that'll take? Because all I can tell you is everybody feels that they can't get into a literacy program. There's just, between the migrants and New Yorkers, it's a long list. And we have many, many families who can't get in. So I'm just trying to understand what it is that, how much more, a wait list might determine, if it's accurate, how many more dollars we need in order to have a fulfilled literacy program.
So I think.
That's what I'm trying to determine. Because everybody says we're fine on literacy. We're not fine on literacy.
So I think with
And I know you have an RFP out, I know, too, but go ahead.
No. I think what Commissioner Zhang was trying to explain, and I think he did it more appropriately, was talk about the complexity of system building. And I think that we're going to have to get back to you exactly what that looks like, and what the cost of that would be.
Okay.
Because as you've just identified, there are silos that are existing,
Yep.
and that their systems need to talk to each other.
Okay, I understand that, but I think at the same time, to me, this would be a real new need, because it is obviously in the city where everybody's dying for it and can't get into a program.
Yeah, well,
Whether it's your program or the library, no openings.
Well, one of the things that the mayor has made sure is that agencies talk to each other and make sure we're working out of silos. So this gives us.
I
this
am
gives
not
us an
going to get into
opportunity-
that topic because they do not talk to each other.
Well, this gives us an opportunity to do that and get back to you.
All right, soon.
Okay.
The other question I have is, the issue, it's relevant to budget because it's the contracting. 41% of council designations are your agency. I know it's not just you, but are you also figuring out how to have more expeditious contracts so that people can spend their money, not feel panicked, which is what they do now, that if they go ahead and spend the money and do the programs which are so needed, they might not get paid. So, this is 40 years in the discussion. You are not you're the new kid on the block, but you have not solved the problem, despite the mayor saying, I'm going to solve the problem. So I just want to know where we're at with that.
Well, one of the things that the mayor's initiative is to make sure that nonprofit organizations actually have gotten, and I know Chair Stevens is going to say this is money that was already given to them, but we made sure that we did a push to make sure that millions of dollars went to nonprofit organizations who had backlogs. So we're constantly looking and reviewing and having measures put in place and tracking to make sure that providers have a seamless system within Passport. We're working with our Mayor's Office of Contract, MOX, and that system is constantly improving.
Okay.
So the mitigation and the migration that is happening, we're hoping that the improvements is going to fast track more
Okay.
payments.
I mean, I know Passport has issues too, so it's complicated. Yes, I'm very aware of the issues with Passport. Just finally, NYCHA is beloved by many of us in terms of the residents, and I'm always concerned, having been borough president, city council, seen all of Manhattan NYCHAs. There's just not enough support in NYCHA for those families, no matter what anybody says. And so people say Cornerstone is there, some of them have settlement houses. Again, not operating in a silo, but funding-wise, you have your Cornerstones, settlement houses, you pay for some of their programs, and the list goes on. But do you sit down with NYCHA, with other programs, again, operating not in a silo, to say exactly what is needed here? Not what we have, but what do we need? More hours, different young people that are participating, et cetera. Does that discussion take place? Because from my experience, a lot of these centers not saying Cornerstone, because not everybody has Cornerstone, are not open enough hours, just to start with. And then they don't have enough space, and then they don't have enough program. Do you sit down with those, because you have the programs, you are the ones often paying for the programs. And we have to solve the NYCHA issues.
So our procurement process when it comes to the Cornerstone program is very inclusive. We make sure that we sit down not only with the tenant associations, we also sit down with NYCHA, and we collaborate on exactly what program and programs looks like.
And when you feel there's not enough programming, what do you do?
So most of the issues involving programming is addressed in our concept paper and our RFP. So I know that the Cornerstone program roughly, and the RFP and the concept paper hasn't been out in a number of years, and we're looking and we're having conversations with OMB to make sure that, you know, we can definitely look at a concept paper and then engage our stakeholders, our tenant associations, NYCHA, to make sure that we're addressing the concerns that you just raised.
All right, and then just finally, the issue of what I call the OEO money. When I was borough president, I had to, in certain neighborhoods, low income, appoint people to work on this OEO. What do you call these nonprofit, these groups that have to allocate what I would call Lyndon Johnson money, the old OEO money? And is that program still running? Are they still operating? Are they allocating money?
Hi, Councilmember Brewer. Currently funding associated with OEO is supporting our Advance and Earn portfolio.
Right, so that's being...
Are you referencing CSBG?
No, CSBG I know.
Okay.
I was understanding that there's still people that get appointed to what we call poverty boards, then they allocate some of what I call Lyndon Johnson OEO money.
Thank you, Council Member.
You have to be old to know what I'm talking about.
The translation now, as Navita points out, the oversight for the community service block grant funding relates to what we call neighborhood advisory board. So in the main, and we've reported other times with the NDA initiative, that's the funding, the direct services funding, and we have at this time 41 neighborhoods. And so there are volunteers of up to 12 members for each of the 41 neighborhoods.
Are they all appointed?
Are there
no, vacancies?
I would like to give a plug that appointments went out and my office has been calling, so if you have major appointments, please make them.
Thank you. I was going to acknowledge you again for that, and we'd be happy to sidebar again with our intergovernmental public engagement team to show you, whether it's at the community district level or at the borough level, which vacancies are still available to be filled.
No, I know there are vacancies always. We just need to fill them. But all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I just want to add, Chair Stevens.
They've been vacancies for 40 years, in case you didn't.
Chair Stevens has been very good in working with us, and where we are in terms of our appointment, we're better than we were before. And Council, I want to make sure that we all understand that the War of Poverty has reached its 60th anniversary in August. So we're looking to do a celebration in that as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Vilas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here. I guess quickly along this line, in terms of the cuts that were made to many of the slots for the PEG, in Red Hook, a community that I represent and unfortunately is not covered by a NAB, it's a hyper-local concentration of poverty that the NABs actually leapfrog over because it's surrounded by gentrification. So I hope that's something that we continue to look at and try to address. But in particular in Red Hook, among these cuts, we saw a program, the Compass Explorer program, that was it was over-enrolled. People were waiting to get into it, and it was cut. Is that part of the assessment in these cuts, to cut programs that are doing very well and are needed in a community with very deep poverty?
So I know there's been a lot of conversation about the assessment, and as I mentioned previously, you know, DYSD offers services in almost all of our program areas: adult literacy, immigration, after school, workforce programs. And so we want to make sure that's part of our mission that we stay true to our core programming and comprehensive services. In the after-school portfolio, there's a large portfolio compass that provides comprehensive services. We understand the value of the Explore program. We are not minimizing the Explore program, and we recognize that it's a highly utilized program for some of the sites. We're just stating that given the direction that we were given, and we wanted to minimize impact to communities and that provided comprehensive services, we identified the Explore program, and so those programs will continue to be cut for next year. It has not been restored.
Yeah, unfortunately, in our community, it has a profound impact. And so I think that needs to be reconsidered, and it's a tough pill to swallow to see requests for new needs when kids were ready to be served, and the impacts also on jobs, right? Folks who are ready to continue to support these programs are left with nothing. So I would encourage some deep consideration of that, particularly in this community. I have to switch over to my favorite topic, adult literacy.
Okay.
So, Mr. Bobbitt, welcome back.
I wasn't sure if I should have left it on.
Yeah, no. No, you all know how important this program is to me and many of my colleagues here, to New York City. And I just want to, I know we had the 10 million correction, so we're not going to talk about that in particular. But I just want to clarify some of the numbers, which continue to be concerning. I think to Councilmember Brewer's point, we know there's 2.2 million adults who require, who do not have English proficiency and require these kinds of services at minimum. So with all the services that we're providing, it is still, there's enormous room for growth and enormous amount of need for these services. So we haven't even been scratching the surface despite our great efforts, which I will applaud all the work that is going on. But in terms of the fiscal 24 RFP, which is noted at $16 million, at the current rate of the $950 per student rate, this funding would have had the potential to serve 17,722 students. The current RFP at that rate will now only serve 9,118 students. I understand you are increasing the rate. What I would like to understand is, how does DYCD intend to serve the 8,000 students that are being cut from the program?
So I think I want to just kind of level set yet again on the adult literacy RFP. And so I know you mentioned the RFP funding. So the RFP is currently funded for $11.8 million. So I want to just start there. Currently, we have a service level around 11,000 that are served, and with a PPP of over 900. Right? And so the new RFP intends to serve around 9,000 for 1,300. I want to just identify that we also get one-time funding every year. And so when we talk about the service levels are also reflective of the one-time funding we get
Slow
during
down.
the adoption.
Slow down, please.
No problem. So we get one-time funding every year.
Yes.
RFPs can only be procured based on baseline funding. And so many times when we're referencing service levels in the adult literacy portfolio, it's inclusive of the one-time funding that we receive every year from council. And so if the funding continues, we anticipate that we will continue to serve that same service level, or if not more. But it was our goal with the existing funds that we had to try to increase the PPP to serve, because we recognize that has been an ask from the sector. And so we try to respond to them by increasing the PPP. So we anticipate that we will continue to serve more. And if we continue to receive the one-time funds that we get during the ADOPT plan, we plan on adding that and adding it to our existing portfolio to ensure that we continue to serve participants in the city.
So the PPP, of course, I mean, we know this program has been deeply underfunded, right? With the projections of adequate funding at 2,700. Many years ago was the funding level that was noted. It might actually be more. So, of course, the increase is well merited. In fact, we need to do a lot more to make sure that service providers are actually made whole to be able to provide full service. the council funding withstanding, nevertheless, the pot is decreasing, the numbers are decreasing. The math doesn't add up to how that is going to maintain the same level of service.
The existing level of service is inclusive of the one-time council funds. So when you're speaking about a slot reduction or a service reduction, it is because it is reflective of the gap in funding that is not included in the RFP, because an RFP can only be included of what is our baseline fund. We cannot include funds that come in one time during the ADOPT plan. And so when we speak about service levels in the adult literacy portfolio, it is inclusive of the one-time funds. So when you see the RFP out on the street, that is based on our baseline funds. And so just on our baseline funds, there's a minimal reduction on the overall system. So we anticipate that if we continue to receive that one-time fund that comes from ADOPT, there will be no service reduction. If not, there may be even more, because again, the current portfolio that you're reflecting and you're mentioning the additional slots is inclusive of the one-time funds that we get from council.
So you're testifying that there will absolutely be no reduction in the number of people this funding pot will serve in fiscal
Contingent
24?
On the one-time funds that we get from council. What I'm stating is the service levels that exist right now includes one-time funds from council. If you do an RFP, you cannot procure an RFP with funds that don't exist. So if we get funds in council, you can't include an RFP because it's not in our budget.
We're not going to cut the funds.
Okay,
We're
then
concerned about the admin's continuation of cutting the funds and not funding the service, the appropriate service levels, and the impacts of that, including a shift of an RFP using, a very different modality, and the impacts of what that will have on the ground and the ecosystem that can serve or not serve within that constraint. So the question here becomes adding issues withstanding, number changes withstanding, problems with Compass withstanding, is a continued decrease in the amount of funding that is offered going to result in decreases in service delivery when in fact we're seeing more need than ever for this specific service?
So the adult literacy portfolio has not had a funding reduction. Okay. DYCD has not reduced the funding for the adult literacy portfolio.
Oh, okay.
The funding chain is reflective of the one-time funds. If your concern is if there's going to be a service reduction up in this upcoming year, based on what you're stating that the council intends to continue providing one-time funds, there will not be a service reduction.
Great. Well,
Okay.
the numbers will prove the case. In terms of now that the DYCD has received bids for the RFP, excuse me, let me take one step back. Can DYCD identify the asylum seekers that are accessing adult literacy services through the contracted providers? Is there a way to know that?
There's not in the way that I understand the question, there's not a way, like a fine-tuned way to calculate that, and that's also to protect asylum seekers. So there's not specific information taken at the program site level as to whether folks are asylum seekers or not asylum seekers. I can just tell you anecdotally, we hear anecdotally that asylum seekers receive service, so we would anticipate that would continue, but there's not a number that we can point to, and you can, I think, appreciate that there's legal reasons why.
100%. Is there a way to know temporary folks in temporary housing in the same way that you use that as a criteria to select for summer rising to make sure those services are provided?
I think that to what Commissioner Bobbitt is saying, that there are surveys that providers do, but there's I think when it comes to the legality of a system and system tracking, that's something that we don't do.
Yeah, no, I'm well aware of the implications of system tracking, the protections we need to make sure for our new neighbors are in place, particularly if we have a different administration. However, we do have a problem without being able to discern how services are actually being delivered and where the pressure points on the needs. So if there is a way to do it, generally schools do it, you also do it through temporary housing, that might be a mechanism to track so that we can get a better sense where the pressure points are.
I think we're basically saying the same thing to some degree, because if
Right,
we
but
were-
you're not tracking it currently, and what I'm asking for is for you to track it so that we can then have a better understanding of where the pressure points are.
So what we can tell you is that we're constantly meeting with our providers to understand exactly where those pressure points are.
Right, but you're unable to respond to it currently in any concrete form. So I guess we need a round two of this conversation.
If I could offer one thing, going forward, we do intend to offer our providers the opportunity to let us know who is unhoused, and one could infer things from that number, but for the reasons we've already pointed out, we wouldn't want to speculate too widely about that number. But it's an
100%,
informative number
which
that
is-
we could reference.
Which is why we'll continue the conversation.
We will have a round two.
Awesome, thank you. In terms of, and Chair, thank you for the time. How does DYCD plan on managing the transition to the new RFP to make sure that students don't lose services and programs?
You're referring to adult literacy?
Yes, yes.
We are moving as quickly as we can to identify the proposers and the awardees, and then Associate Commissioner Zhang and his team, we will encourage current providers, if they don't become future providers, to make referrals, and we'll share as widely as we can where the new program sites are in the interest of trying to minimize any disruption to current students.
And if there is a scenario where an NTA does not have a provider, how will DYCD plan to address this gap?
In the same way that I'm referencing, as participants are welcome to enroll in any program, whether they reside in that NTA or otherwise. So
the
either
old
lar-
model.
I'm sorry?
So we'll utilize the approach of the old model, and we'll just have students move to whatever program they see fit.
Whatever program they see they fit, yes.
Okay. I think that, I think that might be it. But in terms of the asylum seeker response, I saw in the budget request that there's 2.3 million for contracted translated services. Is that the 2.3 million that is being used for the services in the HERCs, or is that somewhere else?
The 2.3 million is not associated with the HERC program model.
And where are these contracted translation services being offered? The 2.3 million.
The $2.3 million you're referring to is the one-time funds that we received in council funding last year, and so it's being administered by our discretionary portfolio program area. And I hope that answers your question.
So this is the asylum seeker application?
I'll get back to you and expand more on this question regarding the 2.3 million.
Oh, it's in state funds, 2.3 million in state funds added to your fiscal 24 for interpretation services at the Asylum Application Center.
I'm unaware of that. We did not receive $2.3 million for asylum applications.
Okay, maybe another technical glitch. We'll follow up.
Okay.
We have these in the documents.
No problem.
And in terms of the ESL services that are provided at the HERCs, is there any? Can you tell me how many people have been serviced with this program?
We're providing ESL classes at 6 HERC sites, and projected to serve 900 participants at those locations.
And how many are these distributed via contracts to providers? I guess how many providers are part of this program?
6 providers are involved, and their adult literacy contracts have been amended to add this.
And can you tell me just a little bit about the scope of the service that is offered as part of the contract? just like the broad parameters, is it a 6-week program, a 10-week program, and how many service delivery hours are expected?
Well, this is programs. These programs they're contract amended to actually provide these services throughout the year.
Okay.
So it's a continuous program, and each program's schedule is unique.
Sure.
Based on the availability of the residents at those places. Some, offer, like our regular classes, you do 6 hours a week, and then, hopefully you'll have good attendance, then you can pre- and post-test people to see progress. But, as you know, the population at these places are relatively transient, and
Yes.
they don't stay as long as, students in other programs. But, our classes are always open. Whenever there is a vacancy, we get students in. So providers are very flexible in terms of how they deliver those services. It's not just formal classroom instruction. We also accompany that with tutoring, one-on-one, depending on, how the residents want it.
And can you tell me finally the cost of these 6 program sites, the total cost, not each individual one?
It's about 900,000.
900,000.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Chair Stevens.
Okay, I'm back for the lightning round. Okay, and I have another RHY question. It's my understanding that ACS has already received additional allocations for City FAPS vouchers. Has DYCD received additional allocation of vouchers as well?
No.
No. That's disheartening.
I would state, though, we're still in ongoing conversations. Our Deputy Commissioner Haskell was meeting with OMB this past week, and we are confident that they heard us and that we'll see what happens in that plan.
I'm gonna add that to my list of things too. So let's add that to the list. So I just wanna jump over to summarizing. And I know some of my colleagues already started to ask some of these questions, but just wanted to go a little bit deeper. How many students will be served for Summer Rising in FY 2024, and what is the breakdown between elementary and middle school?
Summer Rising for this past summer?
No, this upcoming summer, 2024.
You said FY '24.
Yeah, 24, yes.
That would be this past summer.
Yeah,
Are you
this past summer.
referencing?
Yeah, because I'm gonna say this summer and the next summer. So if you have, what's the projection for this summer as well? Because that's the next question.
Well, this summer is ongoing, so I'm going to defer to Deputy Commissioner Haskell
Okay.
because the application process.
That's fine. But you can give me last summer. Thank you.
Last summer's allocation for elementary. Elementary, 74,800, middle school, 35,200. Total, 110,000.
Thank you. Hi. So what, I know, and just thinking about, because I know it's still ongoing, but what are your projections currently for the FY, and do we have a number of where we're at currently?
It should mirror, it should be similar to what we saw last year.
Even with the reductions on Fridays for the middle school students, we're still on par with that?
Yeah,
Or some of
to
the
be
stuff
honest,
I'm
I think we received more middle school applications this year than we got last year. So there's still plenty of interest in the program.
That's interesting. That's interesting to hear. Mandated students with promotions and DOWs are required to apply for Summer Rising in order to participate in CBO-led enrichment program. Do we know how many mandated students applied for Summer Rising and how many didn't?
So you're referring to last year?
No, we're talking about now. So how many applied now? Do we have a breakdown of how many applied currently?
Yeah, we're still going through that.
That's still happening. So as it's coming in, if we can just keep that open. And I guess we can talk a little bit about it. Like, and if this happened last year, how does this impact the CBO's enrollment, their RFP? Because it doesn't affect their RFP, right? If the Summer Rising, correct? Okay, I know it wasn't crazy. So, one of the questions I feel like I haven't asked in a very long time is, Do you guys have an idea on when we're gonna get RFP released for Compass?
So we're currently having conversations with OMB to see exactly where we can
Want me to add that to the
release
list
that
too?
concept paper.
So you guys have the concept paper done?
We're currently having conversation with OMB, and we've already had a large-scale stakeholder engagement.
So no projection on like maybe the fall?
Still in conversation.
Still in conversation.
Still in conversation.
All right, well, it's been a conversation since, what is it, 10 years we haven't had another one?
And that's why we're excited about being able to.
I'm beyond excited. Let me tell y'all, as soon as it gets released, I'm doing a dance. It's like, and I'm sure the providers will be dancing with me. And to jump into the Compass Explorers, I know some of my colleagues also talked about this, but just a question around parents' response. Have we had any response from parents around the cuts to Explorers? Do you think parents are aware of this change and that this program is being changed, and how do we engage them in part of this conversation as we were cutting this program?
Thanks for that question, Chair Stevens. We do stay in close communication with our providers, and we're still doing site visits to Compass Explore programs. We haven't seen a tremendous pushback or outreach from parents directly, but I don't want that to imply that there won't be some parents who will feel disappointed. But again, we'll put a lot of energy into making sure that they can identify nearby programs and try and make sure that every young person gets a resource.
Yeah, I think, because I know this was a budget decision and not necessarily a program decision, so, I think definitely getting some feedback from parents is key and important, because this will impact them as well. So just thinking about as it continues to roll out, because it, hasn't been cut fully yet, because they're still finishing out the year, but thinking about how do we get some feedback and support from parents, and also making sure that we're able to direct them in directions of other programming. Some of the feedback on Sonic is that the current model does not have the adequate flexibility to address the preferences of middle school youth. In light of the upcoming concept paper, is DYCD considering a club model which would address some of their concerns?
I think the engagement that we had so far with some of the providers and the stakeholders, a lot of the different models have come up in terms of exactly what this, how do we right size this 10 or 12-year-old model to make sure that the model that is rolled out has fidelity. So we're going to have to get back to you on exactly what the stakeholders are saying in terms of exactly what they're looking for with that level of feedback. So we can definitely tell you exactly what that feedback and that engagement looks like, and what was some of the suggestions that came out of that.
Yeah, definitely want us to think about how, especially with a program like Explorers not being here, how do we make sure that programs moving forward still have some flexibility as well. I have another summarizing question. So this is regarding the paraprofessionals, and just, I know this isn't something you are in charge of, but just even thinking about moving into it, this is something that has been a concern in Summer Rising, and I know DOE always is like, no, we always have all the paraprofessionals in the world, and we got everything on par, but we know that's not always the case. So are we planning for that around, how do we support providers around that, and what does that look like, and also specifically programs who are taking on students with disabilities, what supports and trainings have we been providing providers up until the summer?
Absolutely, I really appreciate that question. Our Summer Rising leadership team, we're meeting every Friday with the Public Schools Office for Students with Disabilities to plan out every aspect of making it a great experience for all young people in Summer Rising. They have initiated a new platform to submit accommodation plans for young people who are going to be in Summer Rising, which may include accommodations for the enrichment CBO portion of the day. And we already have shared professional development opportunities around working with students with disabilities, and we are also planning to do much more of that before in the next several weeks.
Okay. And I think similar to the question I asked regarding the Explorer program being cut, what feedback have we been getting from parents around the middle school Fridays being cut? Have we been reaching out to parents? What have they been saying? Would love to hear what that process has looked like too, because I know you said there's been an uptick in young people applying, but young people don't really apply, it's their parents. So how are we accounting for that as well? Because I would love to see how we can get some feedback from parents to think about how this is going to impact them moving forward for the summer.
So again, those conversations are currently ongoing. We haven't seen much of a vocal response.
Well, have we seeked it?
We're engaging with our providers to seek those responses. Again, it hasn't gone to the level where we see that parents are vocal to our providers, but that may be because the program hasn't started yet.
Well, also, and I think Councilman Williams was saying it, like, even when we put out RFP, if we put out something and we don't ask the question, then we're not going to get the answer. So, like, even I think as we were doing this and rolling out, because this is something that we knew was happening, we should have definitely been asking parents what the alternative is, because, you know, parents don't have a choice. And so thinking about what does it look like and how do we make sure that we're giving them support, and also navigating them to the other programs that we have that they probably can seek as well on those Fridays afternoon, and you know, hopefully using our community centers and all these other things to ensure, you know, safe havens for our young people, because, you know, I'm worried just in the sense of idle time for young people sometimes isn't the best thing that we can do. So
we definitely hear you on that, and Deputy Commissioner Haskell and her team is constantly in communication with providers to make sure that they understand that there's alternatives that you just spoke of.
Yeah. So I'm going to move on to summer youth employment. The fiscal 2025 executive budget for SYEP is $254.5 million. $5.6 million is less than the fiscal 2024 adopted budget. Why is the 2025 budget for SYEP less than the fiscal 2024 adopted budget?
Off the top of my head, it's probably a revenue adjustment, but there's been no change to the funding for FY25. We're going to serve the same number of participants.
What's the target number of youth participating in fiscal 2025? Is there room for growth to exceed the 100,000 youth who received employment last summer?
I see Chair Brandon shaking his head. I assume that's in reference to your question. But in terms of the North Star, our North Star is always to look and see exactly how we can improve the program and expand the program. Our answer is, we would love to one day be in a situation where every young person who wants a job gets a job. So that is definitely our North Star. That's something that we would love to achieve, but we also understand that the quality of the program, and you've mentioned quality programming as well in previous conversations with me, is very vitally important to make sure that our providers have the capacity to be able to deal with whatever extension is out there.
So is the target number for this summer also 100, still 100?
Still 100,000 young people.
Okay.
Which is the largest in the country, by the way. I'm just saying.
All right, give yourself the kudos. Go off. Thank you. He said, I want my credit. All right. And as we talk about providers and quality, how many providers are we still at? What was it, like 75 last year? 75 providers. Are we still at that same number of providers for SYEP? And is DYCD planning to do RFP for SYEP to enhance the program and qualify providers and expand that list? Oh, welcome back.
Yes, so we currently have uniquely 66 providers in the portfolio.
Wasn't it 75 before?
I think at the start of the RFP, we were about 70. We're now at 66 unique. However,
what happened to those
these
providers?
66 providers operate almost 250 programs throughout the city.
And was about 19,000 work sites? How many work sites?
Yes, and work sites last year were 17,000.
17,000.
What happened to those 5 providers? Because you said you started out at 70 and you're at like 66.
There were a few providers that left the portfolio.
Do you know why? You
Some-
don't do exit interviews?
Yes. Some of them were new to the portfolio, were not familiar with.
They were overwhelmed?
A little overwhelmed. So we did our best to provide capacity building and technical assistance. But our current provider pool has done an amazing job in managing the growth and also maintaining and improving program quality.
Are you guys planning on doing RFP anytime soon for SYP to expand the portfolio of providers?
Yeah, we've recently extended the current contracts.
You know I hate an extended contract because that means we just extended the time and there's no growth in the room, so.
So I think we're on the same direction. We like to get refreshed programming and new providers.
And not
That's
just new
something
providers, because remember, we expanded and the RFP had come out, I think, like the year before. And so we expanded and still had only the same providers. So I could see why those 5 providers are like, no, I'm getting out of here. This is crazy. It's a lot.
It is a lot, and that's why quality of programming is important when we talk about expansion, to make sure that providers have the capacity to be able to run a very robust programming.
All right, well, we definitely need to be thinking about how do we fix that. I have some solutions. We'll talk offline about it. Crisis management. In the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget hearing, there were concerns regarding cuts to legal aid services at $1.5 million for cure violence programs. Has there been any discussion with the admin to restore this fiscal for fiscal 2025?
So, based upon our conversation that we had at the preliminary budget and your suggestion, there is a scheduled meeting with.
When is it? Because I was about to ask the questions, because they emailed me and said that the meeting has not been scheduled, and they have not heard from you guys.
We have a scheduled meeting on.
What's the date?
Monday.
Monday?
Yeah.
You scheduled this yesterday at 8 o'clock?
No.
Just now while we were. No, I'm joking. The meeting is scheduled for Monday.
Sorry.
You know,
We heard you. We left during the preliminary budget. We said we got to meet with them.
I got an email from them this morning, and so who y'all scheduled this with, and who y'all scheduled to be there? What providers are going to be there? I would like to know who's on this email, because I got an
We can
email
definitely share that
from
with
a
you
number.
offline.
They emailed me this morning.
We'll share that information with you offline.
I know. Okay, because they're going to text me. Y'all know they're going to text me. Has the agency had any discussion with Legal Aid regarding the services for program? Oh, that's going to be scheduled on Monday, so that'll be discussed. Okay. I think I'm done, Chair.
Good.
No, but I think I'm done.
Okay. Commissioner and your team, thank you very much, and we look forward to advocating on your behalf to OMB to restore some of these funds.
I appreciate you, Chair Brennan, and Chair Stevens. Thank you very much, and also the rest of the council. Appreciate you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your Friday.
So we'll take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to hear from the public. Just a reminder, if you want to testify, make sure you fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant-at-Arms, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thanks.
Can everybody settle down? We're getting ready to continue. Everybody settle down.
Okay, we're going to start the public portion of the Committee on Finance, joint with the Committee on Children and Youth. We're going to start with our first panel. Forgive me in advance if I say your name wrong or I can't read the handwriting. Lauren Galloway, Nora Moran, Dante Bravo, Michelle Fields, Caitlin Passaretti, and Angie Minez. Okay, you want to go left to, okay. Make sure your mic is on.
Hi, hello.
Okay, just say your name and begin.
Alrighty, good afternoon. Thank you to Chair Stevens, Chair Brandon for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dante Bravo and I'm the Senior Policy Analyst over at Children's Aid. For 170 years, Children's Aid has been committed to ensuring that there is no limits to a young person's aspirations. Today, our over 2,000 staff members empower nearly 50,000 children, youth, and families in Harlem, Washington Heights, the South Bronx, and the North Shore of Staten Island. The executive budget released last month maintains the $6.9 million cut to Compass and $19.6 million cut to DYCD's portion of Summer Rising. This is in spite of the fact that our programs and events have serviced over 20,000 youth and community members within our youth services department alone. The city must do better to assess the need for these services. As one of the largest and oldest youth-serving organizations in the city, Children's Aid calls for a restoration to all of these outrageous cuts. The cut to Summer Rising in particular presents serious operational and labor challenges. This cut eliminates Friday programming for middle school students and shortens the day, resulting in fewer hours of childcare for our hardworking families. Limiting hours also means less opportunities for enriching experiences like field trips, which makes engagement for our young people a lot harder and lowers the quality of our programs. Also, as an employer of over 2,000 staff, we are responsible to ensure that staff continue steady employment or else lose them entirely to an incredibly competitive job market. Because of these cuts, we now have staff facing unemployment, despite the fact that we know our community members need these extended hours. We also urge the city to immediately release a request for proposals for the Sonic Compass system by the end of calendar year 2024. Might I remind this council that the Department of Youth and Community Development did say on record that it would be released in previous hearings back in 2022, that it would be released by the end of calendar year 2022. Delaying this RFP means that our staff have to wait for longer wages that recognize their worth, and that our city's youth will have to stay on waiting lists for these programs. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. Please reach out with any questions on this topic.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Galloway. My pronouns are they and them, and I'm an advocacy coordinator at the Coalition for Homeless Youth. I want to thank the chairs in the committee today for giving us this time and echoing those asks for runaway and homeless youth. And we're really looking forward to working together to address how we can meet the needs of runaway and homeless youth providers through the DYCD system, and making sure that they're fully getting the needs met so everybody can find permanent housing. I'm just going to echo a few of our asks, but I'll be submitting longer written testimony to emphasize these. But first, a one-time 30% contract increase totaling $1.63 million for the DYCD funded drop-in centers to fund support services for youth newly arriving and unaccompanied minors. From fiscal year 23 to 24, the DYCD drop-in saw a 40% increase in utilization of services, despite any additional funding being rewarded. The additional funding would support meeting the basic needs of young people and fund more appropriate staffing for the sites. We're also going to ask for another $625,000 invested to fund 5 lawyers in the RHY programs to support those newly arriving youth and those migrants needing services, being given access so they can get fully funded asylum seeker legal services. The second thing we're asking for is an additional $11.7 million in funding to right-size the DYCD shelter contracts and to add additional RHY shelter beds. Data reported by DYCD shows that the first 6 months of 2023 to the last 6 months, there was a 7,000% increase in the amount of young people that were turned away to the streets because there wasn't a vacant bed for them to be placed in. The mayor says that he doesn't think that 500 young people sleeping on the streets is bad. We think that's not only bad, but unacceptable. In addition, DYCD must prioritize allocating new beds that are funded to serve populations with the greatest documentations needed in the areas that are easily accessible to young people. Thirdly, NYCD must ensure that young people have support to exit homelessness by maintaining $1.6 million in funding for housing navigators at the DYCD drop-in centers, as well as $1.63 million to cut for the fiscal year 24 for peer navigators. Again, I will continue the rest of this in my written testimony, but please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you, Chair Stevens and the Children and Youth Committee for hosting this hearing. My name is Caitlin Passaretti. I'm a Policy and Advocacy Associate with the Citizens Committee for Children of New York, and I use she, her pronouns. I want to echo the urgency of restoring after-school and youth service cuts, which are occurring at a time when 80% of families citywide cannot afford after-school care for their children. Like Dante and Lauren before me, we believe it is critical that the city restore funding for all after-school and runaway and homeless youth programs. I specifically want to highlight the $6.9 million cut to Compass After School, which is resulting in a loss of 3,538 slots for young people. We also strongly oppose the $19.6 million cut to Summer Rising, which will shrink programming to just 4 days a week and eliminate field trips for participating youth. And I also want to stress the importance of baselining $25 million for Promise NYC in our city's budget. This program is a lifeline for undocumented families, ensuring they can access essential child care services. This program is about equity and inclusivity, ensuring that every child, regardless of immigration status, has access to the support they need to thrive. I also, additionally, in partnership with the Coalition for Runaway and Homeless Youth, we want to thank you for being such a strong partner and want to elevate the following priorities. Restoring and baselining $1.6 million for housing navigators positions to assist and connect homeless youth with safe housing. Restore $1.6 million for the runaway and homeless youth peer navigators, and ensuring that we have more shelter beds for runaway and homeless young youth and young adults. Such programs can build safety and connect young people with the support they need. And in the same vein, want to highlight that the Arches program and Next Steps programs, which are mentorship programs that support young people, have been cut in the November plan in the preliminary budget, and we want to restore the $1.6 million to the Arches program and the $2.6 million to the Next Steps program. These programs also build safety within communities by providing care, connection to job opportunities, and emotional supports to young people who may or may not have had any interaction with the justice system. These asks, if fulfilled, will help support our city and our youth. We look forward to continuing our work with you to achieve these demands, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Good afternoon. My name is Nora Moran. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at United Neighborhood Houses. We represent New York City settlement houses. Our written testimony goes into more detail, but I'll just start by saying it's very troubling that we're basically saying the exact same things we said in our prelim budget testimony a couple of weeks ago. First, on ACS, we are calling for a baseline of the Promise NYC program at $25 million. This is a program that truly does change lives. We hear stories from our settlement houses all the time about how parents are so grateful that their kids have somewhere to go, can eat 2 meals a day, that they can focus on work and finding jobs. It's really troubling that the city's answer recently to children who have been selling candy on the subways is to put up flyers telling them not to do that, but not to provide childcare for children under the age of 5, and other after-school opportunities for young people. So really would love to see that restored. On DYCD, again, very concerned that the $6.9 million cut to Compass and Sonic programs still stands. Compass Explore programs are very highly utilized. Most of them are meeting their ROP, so the fact that that program is just fully being eliminated is very troubling and questionable. And then on Summer Rising, again, the $19 million cut that's reducing middle school hours. Listening to DYCD's testimony earlier, we don't know of Friday programming that's available for those kids to go somewhere on Fridays. We don't know of any provider that just does Friday programming to fill in that gap. It certainly wouldn't be free. So providers are really kind of left asking this question of, we don't know where to send students. We can't do summer camp trips in the way that we used to. So again, it just the lack of urgency on that from DYCD's part. There's no information on that in the operations manual for Summer Rising. It hasn't really been addressed in the provider convenings they've been having. Again, just sort of why are we doing this? Why are we having this cut when we know that programming is important for middle school students? Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Madam Co-Chair in the committee. I am Attorney Michelle Fields, co-supervising attorney of the Community Justice Unit. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on the critical issue of funding for the Community Justice Unit. This testimony underscores the indispensable role of CJU that we play in the crisis management system to combat gun violence and gang violence in underserved and marginalized communities in New York City. The Community Justice Unit is not just a legal service provider, but an integral component of the crisis management system. It offers comprehensive legal services to our city's most socially, economically, educationally marginalized and under-resourced communities throughout New York City, particularly our youth and our adults. These services are not ancillary. These services are not referable, as stated by DYCD in their preliminary testimony. These services are important because these services are preventative, they address public safety, and as CMS expands, it reaches to 40 sites in 31 neighborhoods throughout New York City. The demand for our services, CJU's wraparound legal services, has grown significantly, underscoring the unique and indispensable role that we play in the CMS system. While we appreciate the positive recognition from Mayor Adams' administration, we ask this commission to restore the 1.5 reduction from CJU. And it's important that you uphold the commitment of the CMS sites to really combat gun and gang violence in all of those designated sites. In closing, for those that are mothers, grandmothers, guardians, as well as godmothers, we say on behalf of CJU, we wish you a happy Mother's Day, and we ask that you restore funding, the $1.5 million to CJU.
Thank you all very much. Okay, our next panel, we have Jonay Billy, Erica Silberman, Tanae Howard, Rakia Hemingway, and Lisbeth Rodriguez. Want to start? Let's make sure your mic's on. Just hit the button on the.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Brennan, Chair Stevens, and committee members. My name is Janae Billy. I am the Senior Director of Strategic Partnerships and External Affairs at PowerPlay, but today I'll be here in a dual capacity representing both PowerPlay and the Sports Training and Role Models for Success Citywide Girls Initiative, also known as STAR CGI. PowerPlay is now in its 26th year and is dedicated to empowering 1,100 youth across all 5 boroughs of New York City. Our organization propels girls beyond their circumstances, providing access to experiences, strong role models, and a blueprint for opportunities. We firmly believe in creating spaces where New York City girls and young women can become active, think creatively, and engage in discussions around issues that impact them directly. Moreover, PowerPlay serves as the lead agency for STAR CGI, a coalition of 10 leading nonprofits. Together, we support the healthy development of over 6,000 girls and gender-expansive youth, helping them overcome barriers and become leaders in their communities. STARS focuses on developing the life and leadership skills through various programs such as after-school sports, academic achievement, enrichment, STEM, college preparation, and arts initiatives. These efforts have created thousands of program slots and enriched programming for girls throughout all 5 boroughs. In light of current challenges, STAR CGI is deeply committed to addressing the mental health and empowerment needs of our city's youth. We have witnessed a significant escalation in mental health needs, especially among young people of color, due to the recent tumultuous events. Recognizing this critical gap, STAR CGI has prioritized equipping youth with strategies for social and emotional well-being while empowering them to speak out on societal issues. However, the sustainability of these vital programs is at risk without adequate funding. Our City Council funding of $1.4 million in FY24 has been instrumental in ensuring the accessibility of our initiatives to those in need. I implore you to be steadfast advocates for STAR CGI and support the restoration of our funding, and if the budget so allows, an increase of that funding. I thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Stevens, Chair Brennan, and esteemed committee members. I am Erica Silberman, Director of Engagement and Partnerships for the past 6 years at Girls Right Now, after having started as a mentor 15 years ago. We want to share our gratitude and appreciation for your continuous prioritization of investments in young people, specifically girls and gender nonconforming youth. Girls Right Now is New York's first and only writing and mentoring program for girls and gender-expansive youth from systemically underserved communities. Approximately 90% are of color, 70% are immigrants or first generation, and 25% are LGBTQIA+. We match them with professional writers and digital media makers and as their personal mentors while providing unique creative and professional curricular experiences. For more than 25 years, we have been breaking down the barriers of gender, race, age, and poverty to mentor the next generation of writers and leaders who are impacting businesses, shaping culture, and creating change. Historically, 100% or nearly 100% of our seniors go on to college, with Girls Right Now supporting them through higher education and professional journeys. We continually rank among the top nonprofits nationwide for leadership, capacity building in the field, and for driving social emotional growth for young people. Mentorship, community, and resilience building are at the core of what we do and essential to a young person's success. Twice, we have been recognized by the White House as one of the nation's top youth programs. Girls Right Now is proud to be a founding partner of the STAR Citywide Girls Initiative, a collection of 10 New York City nonprofits joining forces to raise crucial funding for girls and gender-expansive young adults. Altogether, we've served upwards of 500,000 young people over the last 10 years, supporting and nurturing their growth as leaders, artists, athletes, and members of their communities. We respectfully urge the City Council to make deeper investments in this community and would like the Council to not only fully restore funding for STAR's Citywide Girls Initiative, but to also enhance it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens, Chair Brannon, and esteemed committee members. I'm Lisbeth Rodriguez, Programs and Systems Senior Coordinator at Girls Right Now. I was a Girls Right Now mentee 10 years ago and have been on staff for the last 5 years at the organization. As an organization, Girls Right Now provides avenues for mentees to be recognized as artists internally through our podcasts, films, annual anthologies, and zines, and externally through writing contests as well as submission and performance opportunities. When our young people are published, their voice and their craft is legitimized, which in turn impacts their confidence, self-esteem, and career outlooks. One mentee alum, Kaya Frazier, a recent graduate of Howard University, shared that Girls Right Now is always a home I can return to because it's one of the first places I felt seen and heard for my words. Here, surrounded by like-minded people, I could say with confidence, I am a writer. Kaya is now on our editorial advisory committee and published in our new book, On the Art of the Craft. As a founding member of STAR's Citywide Girls Initiative, we ask the City Council to continue to make investments into this community by not only fully restoring STAR CGI funding for the next fiscal year, but to also enhance it so we can continue serving girls and gender-expansive young New Yorkers across a number of disciplines in all 51 council districts. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to testify.
Greetings, I'm Raikia Hemingway. I'm honored to be addressing you today. I am here representing figure skating in Harlem in multiple capacities, as an alum, as a parent of a current program participant, and as a director of student and family engagement. This nonprofit organization has profoundly impacted my life and also many lives of young individuals. Figure skating in Harlem operates on 3 pillars: skating, academics, and leadership. Your financial contribution plays a crucial role in enabling organizations like ours to bridge the gap of access and equity in communities that need it most. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all council members and staff present here today for their valuable time and for recognizing the importance of youth development and social reform. The significance of STAR's initiative cannot be overstated, particularly due to its focus on investing in girls of color. By providing opportunity that these girls would not typically have access to, we are leveling the playing field. For example, this past year, several students from figure skating in Harlem had an extraordinary opportunity to serve as international ambassadors in South Africa. This experience not only broadened their horizons, but enhanced their self-esteem. Despite language barriers, they found common ground through sports, arts, and culture, a form of education that is truly invaluable. When remarkable opportunities are presented to girls in communities like Harlem and the Bronx, I feel very compelled to advocate for continued support in forums such as this. I urge you to continue supporting young women of color as a matter of urgency. There is an abundance of data that will support our plea today. The needs are evident. We see them, we feel them. What is required now is your leadership and ongoing financial support so that initiatives like STARS and community members like myself can effectively meet the needs of girls of color that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, our next panel, Sean John Louis, Sebastian Vante, Francesca Perron, Nadia Swanson, Stephen Morales, and Ramon Leclerc. Sorry. Okay, you want to go left from right? Just make sure your mic is on.
Thank you, Council Members Brennan and Stevens and all other members of the Committee on Finance and Committee for Children and Youth for taking this time to host the hearing. My name is Francesca Perron, and I'm representing Hispanic Federation, a nonprofit organization that seeks to strengthen the Latino community and Latino institutions through robust programming and legislative advocacy. I am here today to advocate for Latinos across New York and ensure that Latino-serving institutions are well supported. We are thankful to the administration for including a range of priorities that support vulnerable communities and families in the preliminary budget. Our network of 650 member and partner organizations, 200 of which are in New York, are at the front lines in providing service for our neighborhoods and communities. Despite being significantly undercapitalized and under-resourced, local community-based organizations remain the heart and soul of growing vulnerable communities and Latino families. CBOs uplift communities and organize them to advance equity and opportunities to increase the quality of life for all. Today, we are taking the time to advocate for the expansion of key funds for the upcoming year to support the ever-growing need of Latino families and ensure that the city prioritizes the allocation and resources to improve their well-being. Essentially, an investment in vulnerable communities is an investment in an equitable and more prosperous New York. Hispanic Federation is thankful for the $3.7 million in continued support for the Communities of Color Nonprofit Stabilization Fund in the 2024 budget. This initiative has grown to support over 700 capacity building projects. As such, we are respectfully asking you to continue the support for the CCNSF with the $7.5 million budget allocation in the fiscal year 2025 budget. Protecting and expanding the CCNSF is vital. Due to overwhelming need, our organizations are working around the clock to provide services for communities of color across New York. Larger, more established nonprofits rely on endowments, affluent board leadership, and development teams to provide the stability that our colored nonprofits unfortunately do not have access to. Thus, the CCNSF funding. Thank you for your time. We've provided written testimony that expands on the work of Hispanic Federation and the requests.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairs Brennan and Stevens. Thank you for the time today. My name is Stephen Morales. I'm the New York Policy Director at All Our Kin. All Our Kin is a nonprofit organization that trains, supports, and sustains home-based family child care educators across New York City. And like Nora from before, in my preliminary budget testimony, I spoke a lot about the importance of early childhood education. Unfortunately, we haven't seen restoration of many of the cuts that were proposed in that preliminary budget. Over the past few years, there's somewhere between $300 and $400 million that our 3K and pre-K systems have been defunded, and so really we must put our city back on track for full, free 3K and pre-K to be universal for everyone, and I appreciate that you've all supported that. In addition to that, there's the voucher and contracted system of early childhood care that ACS manages, and so I have a couple of notes on restorations that we need there and funding we need there. First, we need funding to raise the voucher pay rates for child care providers who receive vouchers to the maximum allowable rate. ACS currently pays based on what providers charge to families, even though they're allowed to pay more, and so we need funding to increase and fill that gap. Next, we need to expand access to families, specifically by baselining $25 million for Promise NYC. We know how important that program has been for undocumented children. Second, we're calling to fund presumptive eligibility for ACS vouchers, which would allow families to begin receiving child care vouchers as soon as their applications are received, rather than waiting the weeks and sometimes months that it takes to have those applications processed. And finally, we need ACS to be fully staffed to be processing those child care applications. We hear time and again about how long that wait can be to get a child care voucher. So thank you for your commitment to early childhood and appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sean Jean-Louis. I'm the Policy Director over at Expand Ed Schools. We're an after-school intermediary that partners with direct service organizations in the after-school space to support their capacity for program and service delivery. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Thank you, Chair Stevens. Thank you, Chair Brannon, and the space created to engage in this discourse. I just want to take a quick second to give a shout out to the Council for a robust budget response and for the Chamber's partnership with the Emergency Coalition and Safe Education programs to get important restorations on the DOE side of things. There's more work to do, but I think it's important to kind of name that accomplishment here today. On the Compass and summarizing reductions, really appreciate the pressure that was applied today by the Chamber. ExpandEd joins its partners in calling for the restoration of the yearly $19.6 million reduction to summarizing, as long as it will not put undue pressure on providers for FY25, considering how late we are in the planning process, and the yearly $6.9 million reduction to Compass as well. Understanding that this is a city-level hearing, just want to echo some statements that I made back in my March testimony on the preliminary budget. I think it's important to flag some changes at the state level that really exacerbate the city's divestment. LEAPS, the new after-school contract at the state level, doesn't serve children over the age of 12. There are at least 35 Empire programs and at least 25 Advantage programs in the city that operate in buildings that house middle and high school students, and those are the programs that were combined to create LEAPS. So when we talk about Compass Explorers, the new Compass RFP, Sonic, summarizing middle school, the implication is that much more important. Youth mental health is a major talking point right now, while there's this divestment from spaces of unconditional love and positive regard, unique spaces in that sense, even more so than the traditional school day, given the focus on high stakes assessment and consistent measurement. That trauma is absent typically in these enrichment spaces. So as a sub-grant distributing entity, as a technical assistance provider, as a workforce developer, just want to make ExpandEd available to partner with the council to fill any gaps in service moving forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nadia Swanson. My pronouns are they, them. I'm the Director of Technical Assistance and Advocacy at the Ali Fournet Center. We're the nation's largest and most comprehensive program for LGBTQ unhoused youth. Thank you, Chair Brennan, Chair Stevens, for your questions today, and also your just continued support for our youth. Regarding our needs from DYCD, we're in Coalition for Homeless Youth. We co-sign everything that they said, and I'll put all that in more detail into my written testimony. I want to quickly lift up the 21 plus beds, though. Our wait lists have grown significantly over the last 6 months. 21 plus youth are reliant on our drop-in centers for months while waiting for a safe place to stay. There is no fast and safe alternative for 21 plus youth. Actually, our case managers reported to me this week that DHS's Marsh's House, the LGBTQ shelter, started requiring psych evals and psychosocials just to interview our youth. And so that's making it way less possible for our youth to have an alternative outside of a DYCD program. And so that needs to be prioritized. If you do nothing else for us, we need those beds. And it's especially really, really important for our trans young people. And having a 21 plus TIL, we have a under 21 trans TIL, and having one for our 21 and over trans youth would be also a great asset to our youth, not having to then go back into an emergency program and on a wait list. Additionally, our programs are responding to new crises at every moment, and so being able to possibly change the beds that we already have to be 21 plus or under 21, depending on what the need is in that moment, not even adding more online, would be also a really great addition. For the rest of my time, I want to also focus on ACS. We just started a campaign. There is about the rampant homophobia and transphobia that is happening within ACS, and they're not putting enough resources behind addressing this issue. We have had staff misgender and dead name and refuse to change it. The training is inadequate. There's not enough follow through, and I'll put more in my written testimony, but this is a huge deal that needs really a lot more resources from them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sebastian Vante, and I am the Associate Vice President of Street Work Programs at Safe Horizon, the nation's largest nonprofit victim services organization. Safe Horizon helps 250,000 New Yorkers each year who have experienced violence and abuse. Since 2021, almost 600 youth and young adults have exited homelessness and moved into their own apartments with the assistance of a housing voucher and a DYCD-funded housing navigator. The housing navigators were created in 2021 to help New Yorkers find and move into housing with EHV Section 8 vouchers. The current housing navigators at the DYCD-funded drop-in centers are temporarily funded through the end of June. Data shows the success and the return on investment of housing navigators. A record number of young people have exited homelessness and moved into their own apartments. Since the creation of the Housing Navigator position, there has been a 200% increase in youth being discharged from youth shelters into their own affordable apartments. Defunding these positions will effectively close this pathway out of homelessness for vulnerable young New Yorkers. It would be devastating for DY City programs to lose our only housing-dedicated jobs and return to the status quo of not being able to connect our clients with housing. At Safe Horizon Street Work Project, we helped connect over 200 of our clients to housing vouchers in the last 3 years. Of those, 188 have moved into their own apartments to date. Of the 188 apartments that our clients were able to obtain with their housing vouchers, our program's 2 phenomenal housing navigators found and connected clients to 169 of those apartments. There were 19 apartments that our housing navigators did not find but still helped our clients lease up. With the elimination of the only city-funded position specifically funded and trained to assist homeless youth in accessing permanent housing, how many young people will be able to move into apartments? How many will be unable to find and move into apartments and will therefore lose not only their housing vouchers, but their chance to exit homelessness? We all know that prolonged homelessness is expensive for the city. Defunding these positions will not save the city any money in the long run, as homeless youth without a pathway out of homelessness become chronically homeless adults. Youth need housing. They need City FEPS vouchers, and they need housing navigators. Our drop-in centers have been nothing short of extraordinary in their efforts to meet the growing needs of our newly arrived youth and unaccompanied minors. Despite this remarkable dedication, our team has been operating without additional support. We need at least 30% increase for DY City funded drop-in center contracts. This additional funding will enable us to meet the needs of our young people and ensure more appropriate staffing across all sites. Lastly, the city also underfunds our RHY residential contracts, falling short of covering actual costs. We urge for an increase in funding to ensure that all current crisis and transitional independent living program contracts are adjusted to adequately cover operational costs and provide a 10% increase for all residential agreements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ramon Leclerc. I represent New Alternatives for Homeless LGBTQ Youth. 9 years ago, back in 2015, the sitting city council at that time passed a law, I don't remember the local law number, I apologize, requiring DYCD to fund 21 to 24-year-old beds. There's been no movement in 9 years. Only 2 providers currently, and one, Ali Fournier, is actually funded privately and not by DYCD for the 21 to 40. Wonder Home is funded privately. And we have a crisis with 21 to 24-year-olds living on the streets, the trains, sleeping on park benches, especially with the Supreme Court matter in this unjust Supreme Court's hands right now, challenging the legality of arresting homeless people just for being unhoused. It's extremely dangerous, and I encourage the City Council to really sink their teeth in DYCD. At the time, their excuse was that they don't want to merge 16 to 21 to 20-year-olds with 21 to 24-year-olds due to the 21 to 24-year-olds being bad influences. And I actually asked Ms. Haskell, who was working for DYCD at the time, what's the difference of the influence between the 21 and 20 to 24-year-olds over the 16 to 20-year-olds, and sending the 21 to 24-year-olds to DHS shelters where there's 40, 50, 60, 70-year-old people who have, severe criminal records, some, and housing and allowing those people to influence the 21, 24-year-olds. The housing navigators are extremely important. And I just want to say this. Mayor Adams' edict to not allow sleeping in drop-in centers is extremely dangerous, and it's depriving our youth of a human need. If you have nowhere else to lay your head and you fall asleep in the chair, or if you have cots, I don't see nothing wrong with allowing our young people to sleep. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Okay, next panel is Edwin Santana, Ellie Rutke, Rosalind Morrison, Scott Daly, Tanae or Terrence Howard, Tanae Howard.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Brannan, Stevens, and members of the committee, for the council, and for the support you've given to NYJTL over the last 5 decades. My name is Scott Daly, and I'm the Senior Director of NYJTL's free tennis programs throughout the city of New York. With the city's finances in such good shape, we hope we're looking for an increase in the FY25 budget. We are seeking $1 million this year under the council's Physical Education and Fitness Initiative. This would be an increase of $200,000 over last year. This would be our first increase in 16 years. I know I don't have to tell anybody here that over these past 16 years, costs for everything has skyrocketed. Staggering rates are what we are facing now. $1 today buys only 69 cents of what it did in 2008. It's becoming challenging for us to continue the level of programming that everybody is expecting from us at the current level of funding, especially since we do not get the COLA increases as in other agencies. In order to keep up with these costs and to continue to pay our staff the living wage and to prevent cuts, we need the increase in funding. It is vital to our continuation. It is our belief that talent is universal, but that opportunity and access is not. That's what we're able to provide with the council's help. We have done this for 53 years. Since we are partners, we are the largest tennis and educational program in the country. It's all due to the council's support. Through the free programming, we reach over 90,000 children in under-resourced areas of the city. We are in all 5 boroughs of the city. 80% of our population of those who register with us are Black, Latino, and Asian. 70% are 10 years old or younger. During the pandemic, when everything was closed down, we opened up in August and provided services to these kids. We now need the help of the City Council. Increased funding to NYJTL in fiscal year 25 budget is crucial to our vision and that of our founder, Arthur Ashe. With your continued support, we know we can change the lives of thousands of children in the city of New York. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brennan and Chair Stevens, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Annie Minguez, and I am the Vice President of Government and Community Relations for Good Shepherd Services. We contract with both ACS and DYCD on a number of programs. At a time when our city is still recovering from the pandemic, we should be talking about fortifying services and investing in programs that are helping our city recover. The mayor's November plan, January plan, and the executive budget cut many critical services, not only for this fiscal year, but the out years. We need those funds restored. During this time, we should not be cutting services that are a beacon to youth and families across the city. We need investments, not divestments. Families need childcare for undocumented parents, adult literacy, after school, summer programming for middle school students, counseling services for families, legal supports to help youth and families and cure violence, supports for youth experiencing homelessness. This is not services we want. These are services that we need. Children and youth should not be the ones to carry the burden of the city's financial crisis. I want to thank the council for ensuring, as part of your council response, that we are protecting children and youth at all costs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and especially to Council Member Brannon and Council Member Stevens. My name is Tanae Howard. I'm the Executive Director at Sadie Nash Leadership Project, a youth development organization working here in New York City. Our mission is to strengthen, empower, and equip young women and gender-expansive youth of color as agents of change in their lives and in the world. We use popular education along with lots of other strategies in our after-school and summer leadership development programs to build community, critical consciousness, and college and career readiness. And we are a part of the STARS CGI group, Sports Training and Role Model Success Citywide Girls Initiative. We are really proud of the fact that STARS for the last 10 years has been, STARS CGI has been serving girls and gender expansive youth all over New York City, doing incredible programming to make sure that they have spaces for community, for connection, and for their own growth and development. Our organizations are a lifeline for young people. It's through our organizations that young people are gaining opportunities to sustain and be resilient in these continually unprecedented times. In December 2021, the U.S. Surgeon General issued an advisory an advisory on protecting youth mental health in recognition of the impact of COVID on young people's mental health and well-being. Certain groups of young people, especially Black and Latino youth, LGBTQ+ youth, and youth from low-income and immigrant households, are often at a greater risk for these mental health and well-being challenges. This is confirmed by our own experiences with Nashers, the young people in our programs. It is programs like Sadie Nash Leadership Project and the support that we receive from STARS CGI that's enabled us to show up for our young people, both because of the continuing impact of the COVID-19 crisis and in response to the current global crises so many of our young people find themselves experiencing. It is imperative that our programs are funded so that we can continue the proud work we've done to really expand the programming, meet their needs, and create new opportunities for healing and self-care for these young people. We're so proud of what we're doing to create a just and joyful New York City in partnership with the young people in our programs, and we're hopeful that you will continue to invest deeply in these young women and gender-expansive youth who are not just the future of our city, but are creating change now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellie Retke, and I'm a lawyer with the Doors Legal Services Center. The Doors is a comprehensive youth development organization and houses a DYCD drop-in center. Our Legal Services Center specializes in serving young people in their immigration cases. As my written testimony details, the young people that we work with at the Door are extremely vulnerable and are in desperate need of support from the city. For example, at a recent drop-in legal clinic for runaway homeless youth, Door staff members spoke with an 18-year-old who was forced to leave his home country after police officers shot and killed his mother in front of him due to her political activity. Another young person who we met at the clinic has fled his home country after years of experiencing extreme physical abuse and death threats from his father. Unhoused young people like these two young adults need access to safety, stability, and services offered in youth shelters. There's a severe shortage of youth shelter beds, and as a result, an alarming number of unhoused young people ages 18 to 24 are instead placed in HERCs. HERCs are inappropriate environments for young people because they lack privacy, do not provide sufficient food, offer practically no support services, and continuously displace residents. It is impossible for already vulnerable youth to find stability and community within the HERC system, and so I urge the city to fund additional DYCD youth shelter beds. In addition, young people without legal status, particularly those living in shelter, need access to free immigration legal services. DOOR staff members regularly turn away young immigrants with strong claims for legal relief. Just last month, we received over 50 requests for help, and we have over 200 young people just waiting for an initial appointment. If the city does not provide funding to remedy the current shortage of legal services providers, especially those dedicated to unhoused youth, an unacceptable number of young people who are eligible for immigration relief will not receive necessary legal help and instead will be ordered removed to a country where their well-being and sometimes lives will be at risk. Thus, I urge the city to fund youth-specific, no-cost immigration legal services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon, Chair Stevens, and the entire panel. Thank you for this opportunity and inviting us to share our testimony. I'm Rosalind Morrison. I'm a senior attorney at the Legal Aid Society and the Community Justice Unit. My colleague, co-supervising attorney Michelle Fields, handed up our written materials, which will go to supplement the testimony that I'll provide. While we appreciate the positive recognition from Mayor Adams' administration regarding the effectiveness of the crisis management teams, the proposed $1.5 million cut in funding to CJU's supportive legal services is deeply concerning and potentially disruptive. This cut is a significant setback in our efforts to maintain and enhance public safety and community well-being. It is crucial to recognize that undermining CJU is tantamount to undermining the entire framework of CMS, which has been pivotal in reducing gun and gang violence across the city. Recent data from the New York City Council data team underscores the success of the CMS Cure Violence model, with an 18.1% reduction in shootings in areas serviced by the program in the first year alone, and now those reductions have been sustained at the level of 16 to 19% in subsequent years. These statistics are a clear testament to the effectiveness of these initiatives in saving lives and disrupting violence, enhancing public safety, and instilling confidence in the continued success of CMS and CJU. Moreover, as documented in Exhibit Z, letters of support from our CMS organizations, feedback from community organizations highlights the critical nature of CJU's services. These organizations attest to the fact that CJU's legal support is fundamental to their operations and successful in reducing gun and gang violence. The legal education workshops conducted by CJU have also been praised by members of the Mayor's Action Plan and the Office of Neighborhood Safety, who recognize these services as essential components of the broader strategy to increase public safety. In conclusion, in light of the above, it is evident that any reduction to funding of CJU directly contradicts the historical mission of CMS and, by extension, the city's commitment to eradicating gun and gang violence. Therefore, we urge the administration to reconsider its stance and restore total funding to CJU. Doing so will ensure the continuation and expansion of crucial legal services that have proven effective in making our most marginalized communities far safer. We stand with the founders and supporters of the CMS movement and advocating for fully supported CJU as an integral part of our strategy to reduce gun and gang violence. And I'll close by noting that we're looking forward to the meeting on Monday with DYCD. I'll note that our organization had made numerous attempts, numerous outreach to DYCD immediately following the March 22nd hearings without much success until recently. We had hoped to have been able to meet with them prior to today's hearing. Nonetheless, we are pleased that we'll be meeting with them on Monday at noon, and we look forward to sharing the results of that meeting. Thank you.
Yes, please follow up with me about the meeting. Appreciate it.
Will do.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and the Youth Services Committee members. My name is Edwin Santana, and I'm a community organizer at Freedom Agenda and a member. I believe that the city budget should reflect what we value, and I believe that most New Yorkers value our youth. If we value our youth, then we should invest in the programs and services that serve our youth. But Mayor Adams seems to have a different priority. He's slashing funding for everything that supports our youth and doubling down on arresting and incarcerating them. It's shameful. It's also not going to do anything to drive crime down. I can tell you from my own experience as a person who entered juvenile detention at 13 and 15 years old. Instead of giving me the proper services to help me in my youth, I was incarcerated, and all that did was expose me to horrors that come with the criminal justice system. The same is happening with the youth today. Let us not forget that there are over 1,000 young people 25 and under at Rikers Island today. Incarceration is not the answer, but that is what Eric Adams wants us to believe. The mayor's budget proposes cutting millions from the Department of Youth and Community Development. That includes huge cuts to the Office of Neighborhood Safety for things like cure violence programs, employment programs, as well as legal services and recreational events. But you know what he's not cutting? The Department of Correction. Even though they have 4 times more officers per person in custody than average jail system, and even though they are the only city agency that is actually required to shrink in the next 3 years under the plan to close Rikers, Rikers is a hellhole. Rikers, especially for people behind the walls, but for people who work there too. So DOC is expected to have over 1,400 vacancies this year, and the mayor isn't planning to cut any of them. He keeps saying he expects the jail population to rise, but that's not inevitable. It's his policies that are designed to create that outcome. I know, and the city council knows, that this is the wrong path, and I want to thank you for calling on the mayor to restore funding cuts to DYC and other services that support our youth. If the mayor won't agree to those changes in the budget, we urge the city council to use every power you have, including passing a budget amendment to ensure a just budget for our city. In the full written testimony I will submit, you'll see a full budget analysis from the campaign to close Rikers that calls on the city council to cut DOC's bloated budget and redirect those resources to our youth and our communities. Thank you. Happy Mother's Day to everyone here. Happy Mother's Day to the mothers on Rikers Island and in DOC custody. Peace.
Thank you all very much. Okay, our next panel we've got on Zoom, starting with Diana Imbert.
Time is starting.
Hi, I'm sorry. I know the timer just started. I was unable to speak actually due to being muted.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the need for continued funding for Promise New York City. My name is Diana Imbert, and I'm a staff attorney for the Early Childhood Education Project at Advocates for Children of New York. We were pleased when the city launched Promise New York City in January of 2023 to increase access to early childhood programs for children who are undocumented. Unfortunately, the mayor's executive budget does not include funding to continue this vital initiative, and hundreds of children risk being turned away from their programs this summer if the funding does not continue. Many early childhood programs, including New York City Public Schools, infant and toddler programs, as well as 3K and pre-K programs that offer extended hours, require families to qualify for subsidized childcare assistance to enroll. These programs have historically excluded children who are undocumented, as they are not eligible for this subsidy based on state and federal restrictions. Since the launch of Promise New York City, hundreds of families of children who are undocumented have been able to access a variety of early childhood programs. From its inception, demand has exceeded capacity, and we know that several hundred other families have contacted agencies seeking care for their young children through Promise New York City, but have been turned away due to a lack of funding. Unfortunately, all funding for Promise New York City is set to expire in June, which will result in children losing seats in their programs and new families being unable to apply. At a time when New York City has seen a substantial increase in immigrant families, the city should be increasing and certainly not eliminating funding for this initiative so that children are not excluded from programs based on their immigration status. Promise New York City is critical for helping to prepare newly arrived children for success in elementary school and beyond, and it can also be transformative for parents by enabling them to work or study, connect with resources, and settle in their new communities. We join in the recommendation made by the City Council in its response to the preliminary budget in calling on the city to allocate and baseline $25 million in the Administration for Children's Services budget for Promise New York City. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Now we have Sierra Kraft.
Time is starting.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Stevens and Chair Brannon, for inviting this testimony. My name is Sierra Kraft, and I'm the Executive Director of iCare, a coalition of legal service organizations, a few of whom you've heard of already today. We are dedicated to providing free representation to unaccompanied immigrant children facing deportation in New York City while advocating for universal access to counsel. Today, I'm here to request additional funding for the iCare Coalition through the Unaccompanied Minors and Families Initiative. So many of the young people we're serving are eligible for special immigrant juvenile status, a critical form of relief that provides a pathway to permanency, work authorization, and a green card. However, this relief is only available until their 21st birthday, and our complex immigration and family court systems necessitate skilled nonprofit attorneys to support these young individuals with their applications. So it's critical that we increase our capacity to deploy trained attorneys who specialize in youth cases to ensure timely and effective submissions in family court. Thanks to the support from City Council through the UMFI initiative, iCare has successfully stood by over 12,000 immigrants in the past 10 years, and these children represented by attorneys achieve a success rate of over 90% in winning their cases, which opens doors to higher education, meaningful careers, and leadership roles in the city they now call home. But despite this success, our funding hasn't increased in over 5 years, even though the demand for services continues to grow. So thousands of young people in New York City are in urgent need of legal support, and the time is really ticking on what options they have available to avoid deportation. And the current funding levels are just insufficient to meet the needs. So we're calling upon the city to prioritize and increase funding for iCare. We're urgently in need of $5.7 million this fiscal year to serve over 1,800 children through comprehensive legal screenings, know your rights training, direct representation, and referrals to essential city and social services.
Time expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sierra. Now we have Lisa Crook.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Crook, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at Covenant House, New York, where we serve youth experiencing homelessness. I would like to thank the New York City Council Committee on Finance and the Committee on Children and Youth for the opportunity to submit testimony today and for your ongoing recognition of the critical needs facing migrant and unhoused youth. Covenant House stands as a beacon of hope for over 1,600 young people annually, providing more than just shelter. We offer a pathway to stability. Our comprehensive approach includes essential services such as food, shelter, medical care, and crucial legal assistance alongside educational and vocational training. This holistic model is crucial now more than ever as we witness a significant rise in the number of migrant youth seeking refuge in our city due to ongoing global crises. We are deeply grateful to the City Council for its continued support and acknowledgement of the challenges faced by these vulnerable populations. Your commitment has been instrumental in empowering organizations like ours to make a significant impact. As the demand for our services grows, particularly in legal support and comprehensive care, a resolve to meet these needs with your support is more vital than ever. In recent years, New York City has seen an unprecedented increase in migrant youth arrivals, many of whom are escaping violence, poverty, and political instability. These young individuals arrive with profound needs, language barriers, lack of documentation, and often a history of trauma. Their situations are compounded by their ineligibility for work, which severely limits their ability to sustain themselves. At Covenant House, we strive to address these challenges, but the demand far outstrips our current capacity. We continue to see an increased demand for specialized legal services, crucial for this group of migrant youth. These challenges range from immigration issues such as applying for asylum or navigating special immigrant juvenile status process to more routine legal needs that impact their ability to work, study, and live securely in our community. We propose the following critical investments. Fund support services for new arrivals. This funding is crucial to enhance our capacity to provide multilingual support and direct services, ensuring that our residential and supportive programming, not just at Covenant House, but citywide.
Your time expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Denise Taylor.
Time.
Thank you, Chair Stevens, Chair Brannon, and the Children and Youth Committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Denise Taylor, and I'm a program director at Brooklyn Transitions Family Treatment Rehabilitation Program with Good Shepherd Services. My testimony today will focus on the urgent need to address the ongoing workforce crisis severely impacting child welfare prevention programs across the city, and our call for greater investment to create salary parity with ACS and other city agencies having similar positions. We're all aware of the great resignation that took place during and post-pandemic, which drastically impacted many fields, including human services in the child welfare. While other fields and sectors have regained their workforce, the prevention programs, we continue to struggle significantly. Personally, at my program, among other positions, I've had 6 social worker, caseworker vacancies for over a year and have unable to hire for them. It is not a result of a lack of recruitment efforts, as I have gone on over 6 job fairs, have had several qualified candidates who have declined the positions due to low salaries, which are not competitive and manageable for the current cost of living in New York City. The low workforce has significantly negatively impacted program, and as a result of closing, we've closed 1 family functioning prevention program in Brooklyn and have decreased the slots in the FTR program in the Bronx. These closures are a result of the low utilization, which is due to staff vacancies, not based on the lack of family service need. We have not been able to accommodate the needs of the community based on not having adequate staffing. At this time,
Your time has expired. Thank you.
I have 6 vacancies.
Thank you. Now we have Gabby Kadahia.
Your time is starting.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabby Kadahia, and I'm the Development Officer at New York Edge. Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Stevens, and members of the committee for the council's longstanding support of New York Edge. With the city's finances in much better shape than expected in January, we ask that the council increase our funding in the fiscal year 25 budget. We are seeking $1.2 million under the council's After School Enrichment Initiative, an increase of $200,000 over last year, and this would be our first increase in 16 years. We are also seeking $250,000 under the council's Social and Emotional Supports for Students initiative. SEL is integrated into every element of our programming, and increased funding is vitally needed. Unlike contracts with DYCD and other agencies, council discretionary contracts are not eligible for COLA increases, and this is making it increasingly difficult for New York Edge to attract and maintain the quality staff that continues to offer the wide array of programs that we're known for. We are the largest provider of free school-based after-school and summer programming in New York City, serving almost 30,000 students in 133 schools in 37 of the 51 council districts throughout the 5 boroughs. And our mission is to help bridge the opportunity gap among students in underinvested communities. Our free summer programs will begin in early July, providing over 10,000 young New Yorkers with a summer camp experience on par with the best private pay camps in the city, improving health and wellness, developing social skills, and preventing summer learning loss. And council citywide funding has enabled us to enrich and expand our school year and summer programs and develop and implement new, unique, and engaging programs. New York Edge, its students, and families are extremely grateful for the council's 32 years of support and partnership, but we're now looking to you to meet the needs of the next generation.
Your time
of
has
young
expired. Thank you.
and supporting our fiscal year 25 funding requests. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Alex Malesio.
Your time is starting.
Chair Stevens, Brennan, and members of the City Council, good afternoon. My name is Alex Malesio, and I'm the Senior Director of Government Relations at Urban Upbound, aka East River Development Alliance. Like many of my colleagues in the nonprofit sector, I'm here today to advocate for the inclusion of funding in the city's budget to support programs that address the root causes of poverty and mitigate its social ills, which often affect youth the most, including violence and the exclusion from economic opportunity. Specifically, we at Urban Upbound have found that the following programs have the greatest impact on youth. Career-focused workforce development. A high percentage of youth today are seeking meaningful careers that promise a living wage, including coding, engineering, and construction trades. In this context, workforce development involves programs such as high school tutoring and college preparation, soft skills including resume building, interview prep, career planning and retention counseling, and hard skills training, including connections to free, highly technical courses. Entrepreneurship services. Many youth today are particularly attracted to the independence and opportunity associated with starting a business. Technical assistance services provide budding entrepreneurs with the support needed to manage their business's finances, operation, marketing, and vendor relations, and administrative responsibilities. Urban Upbound specializes in providing business strategy consulting to worker cooperatives, an innovative business model that facilitates worker equity. Financial inclusion is both a prerequisite and a goal of workforce and business development, regardless of whether they are in crisis mode or are furthering in their journey towards financial independence. Youth need access to one-on-one counseling and services that address debt, credit, financial planning, taxes, and benefits. Access to safe and affordable banking through community-based institutions such as the Urban Upbound Federal Credit Union is also key. Finally, youth should have access to mental wellness services that address the emotions and challenges that could arise during career and financial growth. Services such as sessions with
Your time has
clinical
expired.
counselors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Peter Tarson.
Your time is starting.
All right, thank you so much. So I'm gravely concerned by the potential cuts to social services that we've been discussing here, the basic aspects of childhood from field trips and daycare to responding to the dire crisis in runaway and homeless youth housing. I want to beg the council to restore these services, to advance a proposal for an institution that we can cut in order to achieve this, namely the NYPD Strategic Response Group. The NYPD Strategic Response Group was created as a counterterrorism unit, but has completely transitioned away from that obligation into the forcible repression of protests, including peaceful ones, and the clearing of homeless camps that only exist due to prior cuts in social services for the unhoused population. The violent tactics that the SRG uses preemptively are outlined in its handbook, which instructs SRG to respond to peaceful protests from certain political movements, for example, the Black Lives Matter movement, as well as back during the presidency of Donald Trump, any opposition to him was also in this category as if they were violent protests. There's a list surrounding movements meriting violence rather than a mere criteria for determining a violent protest. The SRG has been completely failing to actually de-escalate violence or danger as exists in our city. It is the product of the broken windows policing philosophy, which places an extreme emphasis on property over the sanctity of human dignity or life. It has forcibly undressed people, beaten non-resisting protesters, and bystanders at protests such as legal observers, and its members have frequently been overheard expressing a desire to use lethal force and bemoaning the fact that they're not permitted to in a certain situation. We have seen this recently in the response to the student encampments. The SRG has brought in violence when there has been peaceful civil disobedience, and if there has ever been a situation of unsafety at an encampment, they have not responded by de-escalating conflict, but have violently persecuted the groups at the encampments who
Your
have
time is expired. Thank you.
Okay, take care.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, day 5 of FY25 executive budget hearings is adjourned. Thank you. Have a good weekend.